See the storm set in your eyes, see the thorn twist in your side. I wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate. On a bed of nails he makes me wait, and I wait without you. With or without you. With or without you. Through the storm we reach the shore. You give it all, but I want more, and I'm waiting for you. With or without you. With or without you. I can't leave. With or without you. My hands are tied, my body's bruised. He's got me with nothing to win and nothing left to lose. And you give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give, and you give yourself away. With or without you. With or without you, my love, I can't leave. With or without you. I said with or without you. With or without you, my love, I can't leave. With or without you. With or without you. Said I can't leave without you, baby. With you, my love. Oh, with or without you.
You and me, we made a vow, for better or for worse. I can't believe you let me down. It's the proof in the way it hurts. For months on end, I've had my doubts, denying every tear. I wish this would be over now, but I know that I still need you here. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. You've been so unavailable. Now sadly I know why. Your heart is unobtainable, even though God Lord to hear mind. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. I have loved you for many years. Maybe I am just not enough. You made me realize my deepest fear, but lying and tearing us up. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, you know I'm not the only one. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know, I know I'm not the only one.
Come on, baby, dry your eyes, wipe your tears. I never like to see you cry. Won't you please forgive me?
I would've never tried to hurt you. I just needed someone to hold me, to fill the void while you were gone, to fill the space of emptiness.
I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes.
So many nights I long to hold you. So many times I looked and saw your face. Nothing could change the way I feel.
No one else could ever
Take your place.
I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes.
The tears I cry aren't tears of pain. They're only to hide my guilt and shame. I forgive you. Now I ask the same of you. While we were apart, I was human too.
Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you asking on our best behavior. Then you're back on Mother's Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. It is my own design. It is my own remorse. Help me to decide. Help me find the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the world keeps tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we've almost made it. So sad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to rule the world. I can't stand this indecision, married with a lack of vision. Everybody wants to rule the world. Say that you never needed one headline. Why believe it? Everybody wants to rule the world. Welcome to your life. Darling, you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Always stay, stay still. Yes. You happy when I'm on my knees. One day is fine and next is black. So if you want me off your back, well come on, let me know. Should
Life is kinda peaceful. So come, go through the motions with me. I want you to breathe in and hold it for free. Breathe in. And breathe out. Let go and release. This is your moment of peace.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
two. Two. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, right. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 2, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. All right. Check. 1, 2. Okay. Oh. Check 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. All right, check 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Take 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, check 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 2. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 2. Okay, 1, 2, check 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, check 2, 1, 2.
when you mention my name.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Put some respect when you mention my name.
Good morning. Can I please ask, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're about to start. Can I ask everyone to please move forward? Please kindly move forward so that people, as they come, can take the seats behind you. Thank you very much. We apologize for the late start. We were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. And being that we're corporate governance professionals, we sincerely apologize for the late start. It's inexcusable. I hope those who are online as well, I really want to acknowledge you. Our compare had a show this morning. And please, can I ask you to move a bit forward? Thank you. Oh, they are? Okay. Yeah, please move as far forward as you can. Thank you. They were reserved specially for you. Exactly. I would like to also acknowledge those who are online and thank you so much for sparing your time this morning to talk about what is something that is of great importance, not just to us as professionals. You know, I always say to people that when it comes to ESG, there's a lot of focus on the E, which is the environment. Of course, we have to have a safe environment to survive. But there's also the S and there's the G in ESG. And a large part of the S speaks to diversity and inclusion and wellness. And to be honest, you can't have a society in which only a certain section and a small percentage of that society is productive or working optimally or able to express their full potential. And whether it's gender or age or special ability, diversity and inclusion is very, very key because I believe everyone who is created, born, has something to give to the environment in which they live in. And then the G part of ESG is really important because whether it's climate or whether it's on the social side, it's governance that makes it all work. So climate governance is core to having a safe environment, clean environment for all of us, and not just for us, but for future generations. And social governance and issues of social justice are key to also having a society in which everybody is able to express themselves and fundamental human rights are protected. So the corporate governance element is very, very key. Now, I'm supposed to just compare until our main compare comes. I could stand forever and give everyone a lecture on diversity and inclusion, and that's not the plan. But I just want to welcome us all to this event and say I'm really looking forward to it. My name is Ayotola Jagun, and I'm only here in my capacity as chair of the Corporate Governance and Compliance Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law. I welcome you all, those online as well, and I would like to hand over to my chair, Mr. Adeoye Adefulu, who will come and give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. To our wonderful compare, I want to thank the Corporate Governance Committee for organizing this event. It is a testament to the partnership that we have with the NGX and the IOD that we come together and have this corporate governance triangle discussing really important issues around corporate governance and today in particular around diversity and inclusion. It is a pleasure as an organization to be involved in this, and the MBASBL is truly committed to diversity and inclusion. A look at our website and the representation on our council, which sits at the very highest level of the MBSBL, demonstrates our commitment to that. And the commitment to diversity, and people talk about this all the time, it's not just diversity for diversity's sake. There is an advantage, obviously, in diversity. There's an advantage in that you get a perspective, or you get different perspectives that you would not have if you were all of the same character, same background, same experience. And so, at the MBSBL, we welcome you to this event. We know, given the quality of the speakers that are slated to be on various panels today, we know that we're going to have an enlightening discussion on diversity and inclusion, and we look forward to that. So thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say that also, we are looking at, this is the first colloquium of the Corporate Governance Triangle, which is a collaboration between the NBASBL, the Nigerian Exchange, and the IOD, that's the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. And we really believe that it's important to take a multi-stakeholder approach to these issues of corporate governance. We're able to get a lot more done that way. We're able to combine resources. We're not reinventing the wheel. And there's always power in working together. And our next speaker is from the Institute of Directors. He's a gentleman who's been extremely supportive of me in my career. And many times when, as a professional, you go through different things within your company, I will never forget many times when he sends me messages just to encourage me and to tell me to keep going. And I really, really do appreciate that. And that's, again, the power of collaboration and partnership and being there for one another. So representing the president of the IOD, Mrs. Ijejidema, is the first vice president of the Institute of Directors, Alhaji Tijani Borodo. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where do I start? Maybe from where she stopped. Ayatollah and myself have come a long way professionally. I happen to be one of you here, and I run the Secretariat of First Bank, should I say, for almost 3 decades. Almost 3 decades. And you can say it's a lifetime, it is true. But it's an experience, ups and downs, but preponderance of it, it was a good one for me. That's why I stayed that long. But before I got to First Bank, I was working in the Ministry of Justice in Kano, and I rose to the position of Director of Public Prosecutions. So while I was asked to leave that job, I said, I'm not going to go to any banking career. But you know, that's all history. So the point I'm making is that I've come a long way with Ayatollah and several of us here. Okay, so I'm happy to be here. I'm at home because I saw, where is the big man? 2 MBA conferences were there, you know, annual planning committee and all of that, you know. So I'm really at home being here. Thank you for the opportunity. Now, President Ijejidema couldn't be here. You know, we are doing the IOD 40th anniversary celebrations, and we're at Eco Hotel yesterday up to about almost 10 p.m. And it went very well. And she told me that, unfortunately, she cannot be here. Can I represent her? Maybe the DG will do so. I say, Madam President, I'm a good vice. I'm her vice president. I will come and do it. So I'm happy to be here at home. And I also want to just tell you her sincere apologies. She wanted to be here. But I hope I'll be able to represent her adequately. Mine is to present her speech. So please, if you don't mind, I've told you when I got this brief, okay? So I'll present it as well as I can. Whatever goes well goes to Madam President. Anything wrong, it is mine. Thank you. Now, this is a welcome address by Dr. and Mrs. Ijejidema, FIOD, President and Chairman of the Governing Council, Institute of Directors, Nigeria, at the first annual Corporate Governance Colloquium of the Corporate Governance Triangle, CGT, held on Thursday, 18th May, 2023, at Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Bola Adeshola, board chair, EcoBank Nigeria Limited, and board chair, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, section on business law, Dr. Adeoye Adefulu. Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Exchange Group, Mr. Temi Popola. Our distinguished speakers, discussants, moderators, distinguished council members, and board directors of sponsorship organizations, distinguished members of Corporate Governance Triangle, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman and members of the first annual Corporate Governance Colloquium Planning Committee, leaders of professional bodies and corporate governance stakeholders, organizations here present, our sponsors, highly esteemed gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the first annual Corporate Governance Colloquium of the Corporate Governance Triangle, CGT. I'm particularly pleased to note that this first outing of CGT has attracted the presence of many distinguished personalities, lawyers, captains of industry, professional bodies, as well as experts in Nigerian corporate governance space. Of course, no one expects less than that from CGT. Nigeria's first triangle collaborative body composed of Nigerian Bar Association section on business law, the Nigerian Exchange Group, and IOD Nigeria. The body was launched on 22nd of May 2022 as an initiative aimed at promoting good corporate governance in Nigeria for members of the business, law community, directors and managers of business, shareholders, and other corporate governance stakeholders. Its primary objective is to provide a unique platform and opportunity for business leaders to network and engage constructively in the advancement of key issues of national and global importance aimed at improving best corporate governance practices across the globe. This syncs perfectly with the mission of IOD Nigeria. The practice of good corporate governance has evolved in Nigeria over the last 4 decades, or even more. The formal introduction of codes of corporate governance for our institutions and businesses was as far back as the 90s, following the experience of local banks' failure of that decade. Since then, our various regulatory authorities have fine-tuned and made stronger provisions in their sectoral codes to provide strict guidance to organizations with applicable sanctions for infraction. After various stakeholder engagements, the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance 2018 was birthed in 2018 and launched in 2019. Though a lot of progress has been made in our corporate governance trajectory as a nation, a lot more requires to be done, and truth be told, no single stakeholder can shoulder the task ahead. It is in this context that IOD has been working together with critical stakeholders since its inception to advance the cause of sound business ethics and best practices in corporate governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this first colloquium, CGD, diversity and inclusion, adopting a multi-stakeholder approach in the promotion of sound corporate governance practices, could not have come at a better time than now, when organizations need to scale up this culture of composing well-diverse boards, which is best practice in corporate governance. The sessions today are therefore expected to harp on the inclusion and active involvement on the board directors of diverse backgrounds, skills, industry, ideology, culture, gender, age, generation, ethnicity, religion, and experience, etc. Findings have shown that diverse and inclusive boards stand a better chance of benefiting from rich and innovative ideas of members, make more effective decisions, and provide better guidance and direction that guarantee organizational prosperity. In today's digital economy, only a diverse and inclusive board can be adaptable, sustainable, and be future ready. While more corporate organizations are buying into this reality globally, the pace of diversity on Nigerian boards is rather slow, and the depth is shallow. There is therefore need for all corporate governance stakeholders to pay more attention to this aspect of our practice and advocate more on it. IOD Nigeria will not shirk its responsibility of collaborating with critical partners to use legitimate platforms to advocate diversity and inclusion on boards. The Institute believes it is strong determinant of board effectiveness, enhances organizations' brand equity, and makes them more competitive and sustainable. In addition, for a company's governance process and practices to meet global standards of best practices needed to secure and retain capital investment, which will lead to its financial success, diversity and inclusion on the board remains a very important factor. Thankfully, CGT has assembled an excellent mix of speakers and subject matter experts within and outside the country who will drill down on this subject as they address the theme, enrich our knowledge, and guide our thoughts and action. I therefore encourage all of us to be open-minded and participate actively in the colloquium so as to take advantage of the enormous wealth of experience of our speakers and discussants. Finally, permit me to formally inform the gathering that IOD Nigeria is currently celebrating its 40th anniversary. It is a whole year celebration, and there's a line of anniversary activities that stretch till December this year. We flag off the celebration on April 28th, 2023 in this hotel and had our 40th anniversary gala night at Eco Hotel and Suite yesterday, as I alluded to. I humbly seize this opportunity to invite you all to our other programs ahead as you celebrate this historic milestone with us. The programs include the 40th anniversary golf kitty scheduled to be held at Ikoyi Club, Lagos on Friday, 2nd June 2023 by 7 a.m. and Walk for Life, a health fitness program coming up on Saturday, 10th June 2023, among others. We look forward to receiving you in these programs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all once again and wish you fruitful celebrations. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Dr. Ije Jidema, FIOD, President and Chairman of Governing Council, IOD Nigeria, Thursday, 18th May 2023. As I said, whatever is right from Madam President, any mistake is mine. Thank you very much. Now, just a word on diversity. Ayatollah and myself have come a long way talking about diversity. And critically, in the business palace, most successful boards have diversity, either in terms of age, experience, skills, gender, background, thinking, whatever you think. That's what diversity is all about. It's not just about this gender thing. When you say diversity, gender comes to mind. No, it's much more than that. Even if you are home, in your home, if you have that diversity, I assure you have better decisions arrived as a family. So diversity is key to any success in any endeavor. And see what's happening in the country now. That's why you have legislator, you have executive, and you have judiciary. Is that not diversity? But at the same time, we are looking at the corporate world. We know where we are as a nation, just like Madam President alluded. So those of us that are here, we are a minority, but let our voices be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, I've spoken to how supportive he has been of me throughout my career since I got back to Nigeria, and I'm really grateful. And it just shows that he's a man of action. You know, right now, I am going to hand over to a man who does this much better than I can ever do it. And, you know, I'm really grateful that we have the presence of Mr. Borson here. I follow him on Channels TV and Business News. We've had time to interact in the past. And again, another man who's been extremely supportive of me. And I'd like to hand over to him to continue to compare the rest of the event. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm not too sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm not too sure if I'm the right person for the job. And, you know, how many of you watch The Fast and Furious? Okay, you do. Okay. No, not the new one. Yeah, the one in Brazil. You know, so it got to that very huge safe that had about $100 million of the kingpin. How are they going to get his fingerprints? Remember how to get his fingerprints to open it? Because, you know, the safe was kept in the police headquarters. So, okay, how are they going to get a fingerprint? So they sent one of the families of the Furious, and so went with his girlfriend. And two of them were sitting at the beach trying to consider, how do we get this man's fingerprint? And the girlfriend threw off what she was wearing, and she was left with a bikini. And she looked at the boyfriend and said, never send a man to do a woman's job. And so she walked up to the bad guy, and you know what, the rest is history, as in the movies, you know. And she got the, I wouldn't say what part of the body that took place, but they got it. If you watch the movie very well, that particular episode very well. So I'm not too sure if I'm the one that should be talking diversity and inclusion when most of my time had been spent. Most of you knew me reporting finance and investment and markets. But I spent close to about 2 years in the law chamber Ayoguto Ashe Chambers in Ado-Ekiti many years ago in the mid-90s, 96, up to Court of Appeal Division in Benin City. So I spent some time in the chamber. Now, what interested me back then was very huge library, very big chamber. He's late now. Was reading business law books and jurisprudence and a lot of other books. And that fascinated me because I thought law was all about, we probably had a whole lot of, in Ekiti Ondo State then, it's all more of chieftaincy dispute, land disputes, and what have you. But my principal had a couple of books relating to business law and all of that. So that interested me. There's this business side of law. That, to me, sounded very, it was about 3 years before I came into the media, by the way. So I started reading business law and a few other things. And then the whole weekly law report and all of that, I started taking particular note of cases relating to business and corporate laws and all of that. I'm sure the IOD president is looking at me and said, "You sure Bosin was in the law chamber?" I almost studied law, so I was in the chamber. So I'm among friends and those of you who are in Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alhaji Borodo, for a well-respected banker of one of the biggest banks in Nigeria at the time and all of that. So he's got an experience of corporate governance at the very, very highest level. I think to move on very quickly was to invite the CEO of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. Temi Kukwala, to speak, but I understand he's not yet in the room. He's got a representative speaking on his behalf. Temi is a little bit busy. They're hosting quite a number of organizations on the exchange. I think yesterday or so they hosted the StoneX Group from the UK, $2 billion company listed on the NASDAQ. And they brought their team to Nigeria, and the StoneX Nigeria team were also there. Quite a very big event, and that tells you how much interest folks on the outside are looking into Nigeria. For a $2 billion company on the NASDAQ in the US looking into Nigeria and having a footprint in Nigeria and doing different type of transactions and supporting companies and high net worth individuals within this environment. So the Nigerian exchange takes diversity and inclusion very, very seriously. Please let me invite the representative of Temi Kukwala of the Nigerian Exchange Group Limited to please step forward and speak on behalf of Temi Kukwala. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much. So I must first of all tender my sincere apologies from our CEO, Temi. He is unavoidably absent. This colloquium is quite critical and important to him, and in fact, he was quite instrumental in ensuring that we entered into this relationship. He believes in collaboration. We as an organization believe in collaboration. And so he intended to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't do so. So I will try and do justice to the speech he has already prepared for this program. Alhaji has already set a very high standard. I'll try and follow suit, as it were. But I will stand on already established protocols. So good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this esteemed audience at the first annual Corporate Governance Triangle Colloquium, a joint initiative of Nigerian Bar Association, Section on Business Law, Nigerian Exchange Limited, and the Institute of Directors Nigeria. The colloquium themed Diversity and Inclusion, adopting a multi-stakeholder approach in the promotion of good governance, will advance practical ideas on issues of national and global importance that can advance corporate governance practice with a focus on accelerating diversity, equity, and inclusion. As the Sustainable Exchange championing Nigeria's development, our commitment to business practices that support diversity and inclusion is resolute. We recognize that compliance to corporate governance standards helps to increase investors' confidence in issuers and investors. It also ensures that we have access to broader pool of domestic, regional, and international investors. It is for these reasons, among others, that NGX has played a leading role in promoting various DEI initiatives in the Nigerian capital market over the years. One of our frontline DEI initiatives is the Nigeria to Equal project, championed in collaboration with the International Finance Corporation. The core goal of the Nigeria to Equal program is to close the gender gap in leadership and management positions in the Nigerian private sector, whilst mainstreaming employment opportunities for women. Some of the achievements of this partnership are the publishing of the first of its kind gender gap assessments in the Nigerian private sector reports in 2021, the launch of the IFC NGX peer learning platform, and the gender-based violence and harassment in workplace research in 2022. As an offshoot of this project, our parent company, Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, was conferred the EDGE Assess certification after the completion of employee surveys, collation of group-wide employee statistics, and a rigorous third-party audit, making us the first exchange group globally and the first indigenous Nigerian corporate to be EDGE certified. EDGE, which stands for Economic Dividends for Gender Equality, is the leading global standard for diversity, equity, and inclusion. The certification is a recognition of our commitment to diversity and inclusion and building a workplace that provides equal opportunities for all our employees. Recall that last year, NGX, the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law, as well as the Institute of Directors, set up the Corporate Governance Triangle to aid the formulation and implementation of initiatives that will enhance corporate governance in the private sector. NGX is committed to fostering corporate governance best practices within its ecosystem through the enactment of rules and regulations while incentivizing compliance with the standards. For example, corporate governance principles have been incorporated in NGX's listing and post-listing requirements, just as our premium board consists of companies that meet the exchange's most stringent corporate governance standards. Once again, I hope this season will catalyze the needed efforts to make progress on achieving true gender equality in the country. NGX is delighted to cooperate with the Institute of Directors and the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law. Forgive me with technology and using a small phone to read a speech. In this year's edition of the Colloquium, we will continue to work closely with our colleagues in these highly reputed organizations to drive initiatives that will further and raise the bar on corporate governance standards and practices in Nigeria. Thank you. And I will adopt what Alhaji said. Please, all the mistakes are mine and the good things are from the CEO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Speaking on behalf of Temi Popola, may I hand this over back to you? Yeah, sure. Okay, so the keynote address is to be delivered by Mrs. Bola Adeshola, who is the chairman of EcoBank Nigeria Limited and the chairman board of trustees, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I understand that the EcoBank group held their annual general meetings yesterday in Togo, so I'm sure she must still have quite a few of issues to mop up. But she's joining us virtually to speak. Oh, it's good to see you, Mrs. Adeshola. Good morning. Can we give her an audio, please? Yes. So how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, madam. We're very eager, the audience here are eager to listen to your keynote address on diversity and inclusion and why it's important now more than ever before. We'd like to hear from you, madam. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Until you clarified that you weren't actually a lawyer, I thought when you said you were a lawyer, central bank issued a circular based on moral suasion that banks should strive to hit a target of 30% of their board being female and 40% of their senior management. One of the things that the then governor, His Royal Majesty Sanusi, realized was that if there was no disclosure, then it was unlikely that banks would try and meet. So I think it's very important that the tone from the top and policy formulation are considered by organizations in order to promote D&I. The third one is board composition. So boards of trustees and directors play a vital role in corporate governance by diversifying board composition in terms of gender, ethnicity, ability, age, background, experience, and so on. Organizations can bring a broader range of perspectives to decision-making processes. Diverse boards are more likely to challenge groupthink, consider different viewpoints, and make better informed decisions. Then we have accountability and transparency. Good corporate governance promotes accountability and transparency. Organizations can establish diversity and inclusion metrics, goals, and targets, and regularly report on progress. This fosters a culture of accountability, encourages continuous improvement, and holds leaders and managers responsible for advancing diversity and inclusion efforts. Another step is talent management and succession planning. Corporate governance practices can ensure that talent management and succession planning processes prioritize diversity and inclusion. Organizations can implement policies that ensure fair and unbiased recruitment, promotion, and retention practices. This includes establishing diverse candidate slates, implementing blind hiring practices, as is done in very many countries globally, and providing equal opportunities for career and advancement. Stakeholder engagement. Effective corporate governance involves engaging with stakeholders, including employees, shareholders, customers, and communities. By actively seeking and incorporating diverse perspectives from stakeholders through materiality statements, assessments, organizations can better understand the needs and expectations of various groups, leading to more inclusive decision-making practices. The seventh key consideration is corporate social responsibility. Corporate governance frameworks often include corporate social responsibility or CSR considerations. Organizations can incorporate diversity and inclusion as part of their CSR strategies, initiatives, and reporting. This demonstrates a commitment to societal values, fosters positive relationships with stakeholders, and of course, contributes to social progress. By integrating D&I principles into corporate governance practices, organizations then create an environment that promotes equity, fosters innovation, improves decision-making, and enhances organizational performance and reputation. I have presented factors that demonstrate our diversity, yet unify us as a nation. Then I looked at the role of corporate governance in advancing D&I and what principles organizations should consider in this regard. The third and concluding part of my address this morning is on the role of collective action in advancing diversity and inclusion. The partnership between the Nigeria Bar Association section on business law, the Nigerian Exchange Limited, and the Institute of Directors enables practitioners and regulators to come together and take a multi-stakeholder approach in addressing issues that affect their members and constituents. This ensures that as individual organizations, they not only represent the best interests of their members, but that they also work together to build more sustainable institutions in the immediate and for the future. Challenges of diversity and inclusion can be best addressed by collaboration and partnership amongst these stakeholders, and this will help develop holistic strategies, share responsibilities, and achieve common goals. These goals include: 1, shared responsibility. Issues of diversity and inclusion are not the sole responsibility of one entity. So we have Society for Corporate Governance, we've got the IOD, we've got the NGX, and obviously the MBL section on business law. But it requires collective efforts from all these organizations to ensure that proper corporate governance is established across companies and stakeholders. Each stakeholder brings unique perspectives, resources, and influence, and has a role to play in driving change. Second, mobilizing resources. Collective action brings together individuals, organizations, and communities to pool their resources, knowledge, and expertise. It enables the sharing of best practices, data, and insights, avoids duplication, identify synergies, and align strategies, leading to more effective action plans and initiatives in this regard. The third goal is amplifying impact. By working together, collective action can generate a greater impact than individual efforts. Collaboration enables the scaling up of diversity and inclusion initiatives, reaching a far wider audience and creating systemic change. Influencing policy and practices. Collective action can advocate for policy changes and promote inclusive practices at both the organizational and at societal levels. It ensures that diverse perspectives and voices are represented in inclusive decision-making processes. The fifth element is the role of collective action as being key in advancing and fostering D&I. And this is continuous learning and evaluation. Stakeholders can gain from each other's experiences, successes, and challenges, facilitating continuous learning and improvement. So regular evaluation and monitoring of initiatives help assess progress and identify areas for improvement and refine strategies. The 17th SDG is about partnerships for action. So at the end of the day, each of the SDGs can be approached, by individual organizations, countries, and so on. But if we don't all come together, just as the three organizations are doing today, then indeed it will reach whatever impact the efforts would be able to achieve. So ladies and gentlemen, by leveraging collective action and adopting a multi-stakeholder approach, it becomes possible to drive sustainable change, to promote diversity and inclusion, and create a more inclusive and equitable society. As we embark on this journey together, let us be guided by the principles also of empathy, respect, and collaboration. Let us celebrate our differences as strengths, not as divisions. Let us also create spaces where every Nigerian can thrive, regardless of their gender, age, ethnicity, religion, or social background. In the words of Nelson Mandela, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. And today, we take a bold stance, reaffirming our commitment to championing diversity and inclusion in Nigeria. And this is really a prayer for our country. Together, we pray that we can create a society that reflects the true beauty and strength of our collective identity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. And let us begin the important dialogue that will shape the future of our nation. Thank you very much.
Are you there? Yes, sounds more like an inauguration address. Okay, okay, so, yeah, but again, it reflects how deep she is in terms of, Bola Adeshola is in terms of who she is and the path she has tread for more than 3 decades of her career across a wide spectrum of the industry. And thank you so much. Okay, she's gone. Oh, she's still there. Oh, great. Thank you, madam. We appreciate that, what I call the helicopter view of things. And I think it's all encompassing and setting the tone for the 2 panels and the 2 fireside chats that we'll be having over the next couple of hours. So I really appreciate that. We thank you so much, the chairman of EcoBank Nigeria, and the chairman board of trustees of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. We will take a whole lot of what you've said on board, but I take in particular the disclosure that you said should be for companies on reporting on diversity and inclusion and all of that. That is good. And bring it all down into how it helps the economies. If it does that, the markets will do well, there'll be wealth creation and all that. So I think it's in everybody's interest that we're all practice diversity and inclusion at the corporate governance level. And I think we can do a whole lot more across some of the corporate governance rules and engagement that we already have on ground. For example, the SEC, that could be looked at again if we can strengthen diversity and inclusion in the requirements that the SEC has for companies when it comes to this issue, rather than just corporate governance the way it was. We can look at this all over again. I think we'll be moving on. Thank you so much for your keynote address, madam, and we appreciate that. We'll keep referencing that all through the couple of hours we're here for this event. Let's move quickly to the first panel. I'm sure quite a number of other directors and others are in the room, and they're coming in, so we appreciate everyone coming in this morning for this very important event under the umbrella of the MBL, NGX, and the IOD. Let's look at the first panel, which is on equality versus equity. I think my opinion is that we should have both. We should have equity, we should have equality. So I don't think it's more of one or the other. Handling this first panel for us is Mrs. Folashade Akimushire. She's an LLM, the grad CG and FCIS, the chairperson of Young Directors Forum at the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Madam, are you in the hall? Thank you very much. Now, I'm tempted to introduce your panel members, but I will not do that. Put your hands together for her, and please let her come to the podium. Mrs. Akimushire, LLM. Thank you very much. This way, please. You will introduce your panel from here, then you tell them how to sit, then you take charge.
Thank you very much. It is indeed an honor to be here. I just want to say a big thank you to Mrs. Ayotola Jago for inviting me. She's been an inspiration, a mentor that I've looked at from afar. We've had an opportunity to invite her at the Young Directors Forum to speak at our very first event, and she did do justice to ESG, and we're glad and we're blessed to have her. So thank you very much. I also want to say a very big thank you to the Nigerian Exchange Group and of course the section on business law of the Nigerian Bar Association, of which I'm a member. I'm a lawyer. So it's a good collaboration, and very good things have started this morning, and we look forward to more learnings on D&I. The topic for our panel session today, as earlier stated, is equality and equity, key differences, challenges, and trends in governance. And to help us with this, we have a panel of five. I'll be introducing the first person, Dr. Ola Brown, if you're in the house. Okay, she's joining virtually, all right. Thank you very much. Dr. Ola Brown, founding partner of Healthcare Capital Africa, also known as LCAP. You're very welcome, Dr. Ola Brown.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also joining us is Adaori Udechukwu. Adaori Udechukwu is a senior gender advisor, Africa program lead, Nigeria to Equal IFC. You're very welcome, Adaori. Oh, she's not with us today. Oh, I apologize. All right, thank you very much. Mrs. Tinuade Awe, CEO NGX, is supposed to be with us, but she also sent in her apologies, regrettably, this morning. She has an emergency to attend to, so on her behalf, I say apologies, and we would miss her insights, but we'll progress irrespective. Also joining us is Dr. Bolaji Ogundare, FOIOD, is the Group Executive Director, New Cross Group, and Pan Ocean Oil Corporation. Thank you very much. And of course, my humble self, who will be moderating this session. Yes. All right. Okay.
Please bear with us. There were some last-minute changes, and apologies that we are having to.
Okay. Okay, I see now. All right. We apologize for that. So we also have Mrs. Susan Holiday. She's a member of Women Executives on Board. Kindly take a seat, madam. You'll have an opportunity. All right, thank you. Last but not the least, we have Miss Naomi Nwokolo. Oh, she's joining us virtually. All right, thank you very much. So I'll just, I think I'll just be here so I can actually see the other panelists. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right then. Okay. Thank you very much. So let's hit the road running. So within the concept of corporate governance and based on some of the discourse and the that we've heard this morning, I want us to just take a quick insight, your perspective to equality and equity, before we dive into if there are any differences, if both are required, or, can we do one with the other or one without the other? So I'd like to address that for us. I'd like to call on Adaori Udechi, the senior gender. Oh, she's not with us. I apologize. I had her down for that question. Okay, so Dr. Ola Brown. Dr. Ola Brown, can you help us with that, please? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, within the concept of corporate governance, generally, what is equity, equality? Just give us an overview, your perspective of what it is and how it can espouse, the concept of corporate governance generally.
Absolutely. So corporate governance is really about making sure that owners and managers in a company are doing the right things. And I think it's important for economic growth. So if you look at the evidence, and I actually have a course on this on my YouTube for anybody that's interested, well, it's 8 hours, just to warn you. It really contributes to the economic growth of the country. So countries with strong corporate governance, that encourage strong corporate governance, generally attract more investment into the country, both external investors and also domestic investors. So it's super important for economic growth and overall prosperity. And I think that I'm really glad that the SBL is having a session on corporate governance, because I think it's something that's often overlooked, but really essential to wider economic prosperity. Now, onto the issue of diversity and inclusion in corporate governance. I think that this is just as important as corporate governance itself. Why? Because there's good evidence, particularly a study done by McKinsey & Company, that shows that when there is more diversity on boards, better decisions are made. And you have boards that more broadly represent the customers that most companies are interacting with on a daily basis. So of course, it stands to reason that they make better decisions. But it's not just the quality of decision making that improves. It actually, the evidence shows that it has reflections on the bottom line. So companies with more diverse boards actually become more profitable. And this is probably more important for Nigeria than it is for most places, more developed countries in the world, because unless companies are making a profit, they can't pay tax, and unless they are paying tax, the government has no money to spend. So it has huge downstream effects for the quality of things like education, public sector infrastructure, social safety nets, security, etc. So really, this idea of corporate governance sort of is important in itself for the companies, but also important for wider economic outcomes and business prosperity. So really, since this is the first comment, I really want us to think about diversity and inclusion in wider terms, thinking about what it can do for companies, what it can do for the country, and what it can do for Nigeria. There's more poor people in Nigeria than anywhere else on the face of the earth. We have the highest poverty rates in the world, and it's only when companies are growing and are profitable that we can create the jobs to lift these people out of poverty. So diversity and inclusion for me is something that I'm really passionate about from sort of corporate sector or private sector growth perspective, but also from a wider economic growth perspective, because we know from evidence from all over the world now that more diverse boards lead to more profit, and more profit leads to more economic growth and investment. And that's why it's such an exciting topic to talk about for me. And we definitely need to embrace this even more than wealthier countries.
Thank you very much, Ola. Dr. Bolaji, can we take your perspective on equality and equity? I wanted to delve slightly into the differences, if there's any. What exactly is equality? What exactly is equity?
Absolutely. I believe I'm projecting very well, so hopefully you can all hear me well. Thank you very much again for that. We actually live, and just like it was said earlier, we have over 300, ethnic groups in Nigeria. We have a significantly diverse population, and this is looking contextually at Nigeria. And within that contextual, looking at the population, we also look at religious differences and upbringing differences within our society as one. When we think about equality, it's essentially making sure that everyone, regardless of your background, regardless of your upbringing, regardless of your religious upbringing, otherwise, you are exposed to the same opportunities, hoping that you would all achieve a similar goal or a similar level of success.
Outcome, yeah.
Deep knowledge tells us that that really is not possible because we all come from different biases. And a deeper understanding of how people have developed or have grown up allows us to create a bit of a balance, probably a real balance that we need to do, which ensures, and that is where the equity really comes in, to ensure that we create a level playing field for everybody. We all have to have a certain assumption in how we look at things, that everyone has the same level of intelligence and everyone has the same ability to make decisions when you have essentially programmed them with the appropriate amount of information that they need. And that is what really, I believe, equity really does in ensuring that everybody gets that opportunity. I don't know if that makes it clear, but I've tried to simplify it as much as possible without complicating the topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You did try. For me, I believe there's a bit of a difference. I believe that equality can be achieved if we delve, a little bit into the diversity that we all have, and then find ways to create more opportunities for the less privileged in any circumspects that we find ourselves. What I'm trying to say is you have equality. We're all trying to attain a certain goal, but there are different things that makes it difficult for each and every one of us because of our diversity, perhaps our exposure, perhaps our age, perhaps the differentials that we all have in diversity. So, but I still believe that there's a difference. One and the other, they need both, in order to coexist. They have to coexist for proper corporate governance to actually take place in an organization or in our society. So there's that key difference that I'm looking for. I need someone to touch on it. I'm not quite sure that we're there. There's a difference to equality. There's a difference to equity. Equity is telling on the fairness. And we know that in society it's very difficult to have everybody have the same thing. I want a certain standard of life, but can I actually achieve it because of my difference, because of the diverse of perhaps my background, perhaps my exposure, perhaps my skill set, you know. There's something that equality can do for us to ensure that equity is achieved. So I want perhaps Mr. Holiday, do you want to help us, please?
So hello everybody, I'm very excited to be here, and I'm going to have maybe a bit more of a global perspective.
Yes.
I actually used to work for the IFC, so I can talk a little bit about their activities, but just to let you know, I'm from the UK, I live in the US, and I'm actually in Lagos because I serve on the board of a company called Tangerine Financial, which owns the Tangerine insurance entities in Nigeria. So a couple of quick comments. For me, equality is perhaps something more about equality under the law, and I'm not a lawyer, so I need to be careful about saying this, but you know, a crime should be a crime regardless of like who's committed it or not, right? And having proper legal representation and things like that. Equity for me would be things like equal pay for equal work. So for example, are women or people from certain ethnic groups or religion or whatever it is being paid, or age for that matter, being paid the same for the same job? Not always. And that brings us to kind of boards. Those are the kind of questions that board members should be asking. So another example for me would be if you implement policies kind of thinking about how they impact everybody. So I used to work for Swiss Re, which some of you may know is the second largest reinsurance company in the world. And we implemented a program long before COVID called Own the Way You Work, which was about flexible working. And in the beginning, people thought this was going to be something focused on mothers with children. Actually, it wasn't. It was focused on anyone that got permission from their manager and their team to work potentially different hours, to work 80%, to work one day at home, whatever it was. And the reasons could be anything. It could be a guy that was training for a marathon. It could be somebody caring for an elderly parent. It didn't have to be mothers with kids. And this was actually, in my opinion, instrumental in getting massive buy-in to the project, which, by the way, won a prize and is trademarked. So that was just to give you one concrete example.
Exactly. That's exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd like Naomi. Yes, Naomi. She's the ED, United Nations Global Compact. I'd like for her to, as a CEO of Sustainable Development Goal 5, talks about, I think, equality, gender equality, and the likes. I would like for you to express to us what progress has been made so far in Nigeria. How far or how close are we, at achieving the same by 2020?
Thank you for that question. And before I go into the response, I just wanted to touch base on the key differences in equality and equity. So from my own perspective, I wanted to talk about the fact that equality stems from formal rules and regulations, while equity is often achieved through informal practices and forms and norms, So meaning that equality is often enforced through laws and regulations, while equity is often enforced through social pressure and cultural norms. So I'm not going to go further on the disparity between both. I will just talk about the trends that comes from both equality and equity, and then relating it to how far we have gone on achieving Goal 5 in Nigeria. So there are a number of trends in corporate governance that are relevant to the topic of equality and equity, and one trend is the increasing focus on sustainability. And as we know, sustainability is about ensuring that businesses operate in a way that's environmentally, socially, and economically responsible. So this means that we need to take into account business, especially the interest of all stakeholders, including employees, customers, suppliers, and the community, regardless of the agenda. So the second aspect of the trend when it comes to equity and equality is diversity and inclusion that we're talking about. So, and the importance of mainstreaming this diversity and inclusion into the corporate world is more relevant today than ever. So while, for example, an easy way to think about it is that diversity and inclusion it describes the mix of people in our workplace, and while inclusion affects how employees interact and work with another. So for example, while hiring a diverse workforce is a very critical step in an organization's diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, engaging our talents through an inclusive workplace is the key to unlocking the advantages that diversity will bring. And on the other hand, we want to leverage, in inclusion, we want to leverage everyone's unique talents in a very strategic way for the betterment of the companies, of course, or the enterprise. So it's only in that inclusive environment that all employees perceive that they can contribute fully and grow and develop in their businesses or their employment. So now I'm going to talk about how far Nigeria has gone in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Honestly, there are challenges, and when it comes to achieving equity and equality in governance, it is very complex and multifaceted, and the UN Secretary General has said no country is on track to achieving the SDGs, and Nigeria is not, the goal 5.5, and Nigeria is not an exception, right? They said that it will take about 150 years to close the economic gender gap globally. And it is true because the fact is that we're not really, we've not been very intentional about it. So trickling it down to the to goal 5.5 and its targets, and I would like to address just one goal in terms of what, of how far we have gone. We, coming from the UN system and the work we do around goal 5.5, the UN Global Compact is the world's largest corporate citizen sustainability initiative. And we work with our businesses to ensure that they align their operations with international best practices, which involves taking actions on gender equality. So I would like to focus on goal 8.5 and speaking to the work that we do. We have an accelerators program that is called Target Gender Equality, and it's aimed, like the name says, it is aimed at supporting companies engaged with us, the UN Global Compact, in setting and reaching ambitious corporate targets for women's representation. And the work and statistics have shown through the data that we have collected that we have not really done a lot. The data is really poor in terms of achieving this goal. So the foundation of the program really we start with the women empowerment principles, which is a set of principles that encourages and drives business to help companies around the world to access their gender equality performance across the workplace, the marketplace, and the community. So among the numerous questions that have been asked that populated the data, the most key question is, does your company take proactive procurement steps to expand relationships with women-owned businesses in the value chain and for contracting vendors? So as we have this conversation going on, I also like businesses in the house to think through if they really do take those steps. So as interesting as it is to see which data that we have, it is also good to know that the data that we do not have, and globally as well as regionally and in Nigeria as well, the questions on women-owned businesses in the supply chain, it's usually continuously skipped. And this may be because of the fact that there is lack of guidance in this space, and it's really hard to get necessary data from procurement and the colleagues. So another huge drop between companies having a policy in place, that's the commitment piece, which is, I think our conversation is going to really be around, if we want to take actions or multi-stakeholder approach, we need to get companies having policies in place, and then having companies offering trainings and the implementation of the action. So the recent data on achievement of the SDGs, it says that according to the 2019 study of the World Economic Forum, only 26% of companies worldwide have a gender balanced leadership team. And in a Harvard review, business review, the companies with inclusive cultures are more likely to be innovative and to attract and retain top talents. So it's really we have not gone anywhere near in achieving goal 5, the Sustainable Development Goal 5, that's gender equality, and all the targets and indicators that are contained under it. So it's interesting to see that, like Ms. Bola Adeshola said, gender equality is a human rights issue, and 99 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals are tied to human rights. So while we're taking actions on the Sustainable Development Goals, we are really taking actions on a core human rights issue. Yeah. And yeah, I think I'm going to stop there for now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very correct. Yeah, and thank you very much for that very deep insights that you gave. You took us through some of the differences, and you also took us through some of your activities on ensuring that there's equality within the workplace and equity at the same time. The Constitution prohibits discrimination. That's the Nigerian Constitution. It does prohibit discrimination among Nigerians in all respects, you know, community, ethnic group, place of religion, your sex, and your political opinion. It shouldn't matter on your ability to be treated fairly, you know, in the workplace or otherwise, or in society. So, Dr. Bolaji, can you, I know that you're the group executive director of your organization. Can you give us some experiences and some of the indices that determine policy formation in your organization to addressing some of these issues? So perhaps some organizations can, you know, take some learnings from that.
Okay, I'm going to look at this basically on how we're driven as an organization and how, to be candid, the Institute of Directors plays a strong role in our organization. I mean, I'm not going to try and like PR the IOD here, but everybody knows their role in helping to develop corporate governance in organizations. And both intentionally and subconsciously, they are influencing the leadership of organizations in making decisions that lead to sustainable organizations. Now, in transforming that into our organization, we have actually been very intentional about focusing on sustainable development of balance within our organization. How do I say this? One of the things is, first, we're having a conversation about having more balanced representation within the entire organization, not just at the top, but at different levels of the organization. Now, because we fall primarily in what we will think of science or engineering, because we're an upstream exploration and production structure, certain caterer people tend to shy away from even engaging that industry. So we have intentionally gone into institutions to encourage people to say, you know what, come and spend a semester, come and spend a period with us and see what we do. The second thing we're doing is we're opening up conversations with areas where we feel that there needs to be balance, especially the gender area, to have conversations about what can we do better. Not that it's actually coincidental with this, that my group CEO, Mr. Stenfade, is actually having a conversation tomorrow with all the females in our organization, just the females, to just engage them on how are we doing as an organization. It's not just at the top, but the entire organization, which is really important for us. But the other thing which we're doing in creating balance is intentionally looking at people that we believe have potential in the organization and challenging them that, look, what do we need? There's something about creating a level playing field for everybody to say, we need to know what are your learning needs, what do we need to elevate you? But we're looking at specific people within the organization and saying, what do you need for us to be able to take you to the next level of leadership? Okay. And the organization is committing to that. So these are some of the intentional steps that we're actually doing. But more importantly, just like you said, is creating policies that people know that they can fall back on. It's not because somebody knows Dr. Bolaji Ogundare and can approach his office and say, I want to move to the next level. No, there are policies, there are guidelines that say, look, if you fit into this area, there are steps you can take towards ensuring that you move and grow within that organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Based on what Naomi said, she did mention some of the challenges, and then she did mention the low rate of D&I in Nigeria. I don't know if Ms. Holiday can advise on certain things that we can take from your organization and from your experience, apart from what Dr. Bolaji has shared. What are some of the things that you know, organizations and directors who are present here can take home, you know, to tackle some of those challenges?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I I think it's a challenge in all countries, and I've been to a lot of countries, and worked with the World Bank and so on. But there's no reason that Nigeria can't be a leader here. And actually, I think it's important because I know that one of the challenges some companies have here is a kind of brain drain. You have lots of smart young people, and even the company I'm on the board of, a lot of them are like going to work in Canada and other countries. And so I think a way of kind of combating that is to really embed kind of, DEI into in the institutions here and the companies and society. But in terms of practical things, I actually like to build on a lot of things my colleague here said. So one would be have metrics. I mean, everyone goes on about if you don't measure it, you don't do it, right? But be also very careful about the metrics, because some things which can be well-intended can have unintended consequences. So I'm going to pick one that everybody likes and I don't like much, which is the diverse slates. Because, okay, you have diverse slates, and then you only appoint, guys who went to the same school as you. But it's okay because you had a diverse slate. And it's pretty annoying for all the people who are women or went to different schools or whatever who are constantly on these diverse slates. So you need to really look at the full outcomes. So have KPIs that really look at the outcomes, and also honestly just kind of action. I had a colleague who's now the CEO of a company in Germany, but when he was appointed to be the head of Swiss Re in Europe, he said, I'm going to have 40% of my management team as women. And he could pretty much appoint whoever he wanted, and he did. And it was done very quickly, and it's kind of like, we can all sit around saying, oh dear, we don't have the people or this, that, but, just do it. And then picking up on the point that was already made, I think this thing about succession planning and identifying people's gaps is really important. And this is a cultural thing, and it's difficult, at least in kind of countries that I'm involved with, but you need to have a dialogue with the person, right? Because maybe they want to be the CEO or whatever it is, but they're not ready. And so it needs to be part of the culture to kind of discuss this, what do you need to do in terms of training, experience, but then give people the opportunities. And it may be rotating to another department. It may be working overseas. It may be, as I say, taking another training course, doing an MBA, all sorts of things. But I think that's a kind of long-term answer, but it really does work in terms of talent retention and also getting greater diversity of people actually at all levels of the organization.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to ask Ola. Ola, can you espouse how we can leverage technology, to close some of the inequality gaps that we have generally in gender, in terms of gender, race, and background? How can we leverage technology to assist us? Ola, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
So my background is in technology. I work in venture capital, and I think that there's a lot of ways that technology can help us with this. I think that there's a lot of talent management platforms, for instance, that can help us identify qualified people. But I loved the last comment around the fact that a lot of countries aren't very good at this. But I think Nigeria actually does have the sort of background to be able to do this very well, because people don't really notice this, but Nigeria actually runs on quotas. So I love the question about equality and equity that came up earlier. Equality is about everybody being equal and having absolutely equal opportunities, whereas equity actually realizes that there are certain barriers for certain people to get to certain places. And Nigeria, in our constitution, that is recognized, but it's recognized primarily for men. So, for example, if you look at the House of Representatives, if you look at the ministerial accommodations, you'll find that when a state is created, you need to have a minister in every cabinet from every state. Equality would be, just the best qualified person, right? you don't need to accommodate people from, like, I'm from Ekiti, so we represent 0.1% of the population. I can remember when I was speaking to one of my friends in Abuja, and I said, I'm going back to Ekiti, and he said, oh, Abeokuta. So without that equity, without that provision in the Constitution, it's not like anybody in Abuja hates Ekiti people, but they would just not remember that Ado Ekiti is different from Abeokuta, which is different from Oshogbo, and therefore we might not have representation in the center. But Nigeria actually has developed a quota system which makes sure that even the smallest states, places like Birin-Kebbi, for example, places like Ebonyi, places like Ekiti, still have that representation in the center. We are 0.1% of the population, but we have 3 senators in the Senate. That is equity. So it's just that that system hasn't worked for women. It's not like Nigeria isn't good at it. Nigeria is good at creating opportunities and equity for men in all sorts of different ways. Can you imagine the number of careers that have been made, particularly from minority states, simply because it's encoded and embedded in our constitution that there must be equity, there must be zoning, there must be equal representation. And this isn't a pity thing, really. It's the fact that they want a cabinet, and they want the House of Representatives, and they want the Senate to look like the country. However, all of these quotas have not worked for women. And if a state that represents 0.1% of the population has to have a minister, then why not the gender that has 50%, probably 51% of the population?
Be represented,
represented. So I think that there's a lot of ways that technology can fix this. And like I said, headhunting particularly, because the issue is we can't find qualified women. If you can find somebody from Ekiti, if you can find somebody from Ebonyi, if you can find somebody from Birin-Kebbi, if you can find somebody from, minority states to say, because it's in the Constitution, so you have to find that person no matter what, then you can definitely find somebody from the group of people that represent 50% of the population. I don't think that should be such a hard ask. But technology can help us definitely in terms of talent management, in terms of creating databases, for open source databases, like the Women on Boards database, like the WIMBY's database, sort of collating those names together so that women in finance, for instance, women in architecture, women in banking, all the women that have the right qualifications can be collated on a single database to make it easier. But like I said, if you can find talented people from these much smaller populations, because it's embedded in the Constitution, then definitely if we have another sort of constitution or quota system for women, then we should be able to do better and raise that number. I think the WEF Gender Equality Report said that 12.7% of women in Nigeria are currently on boards of directors at the moment, and that stat was from 2020. I don't know whether it's increased, but if we want to get that up to 50%, and we want to get it up really quickly, then we have to do the same thing that Nigeria has done for men, which is introduce strict quotas that allow minorities or people that face certain barriers to get to the center.
Thank you very much. I noticed that from your facial expression, that Dr. Bolaji, that you have a kind of redress to that. Can you do us the honor? Thank you.
I do have a strong interest, and I think one of the things, if you ask those in my organization, is I generally tend to engage the female team members and ask them, what do we need to do to grow you? I'll share an observation with you. And this is, Nigeria as a nation, we're generally very aggressive. Huh? We know how to ask for things, and we know how to demand things. But when I look at people coming in to make requests for me, if there's an opportunity in the system, when I say the opportunity exists, the guy really doesn't know what the opportunity is, but he sees the pay package associated with it, and he tells you, I can do it, and then he's going to hustle through the night and figure out a way to do it. My female employees want to be perfect. They actually want to be 150% ready for that role. before they demand or they come and have a conversation about whether they're qualified for that.
I beg to disagree.
Sorry?
I beg to disagree.
Please disagree.
You know,
because this is what they keep
sorry?
repeating. I said disagree,
You know, and so what I'm saying is, you know,
true.
and there's nothing wrong in the way the female brain is programmed. There's nothing wrong with that. But
no. Apology.
But I think where she's, I mean, and I know the senatorial politics is not one I can use as an example because I'm not a politician. But I think in the corporate environment, there is nothing wrong in you knowing that opportunity exists and knocking on it and saying, you know what, I want to be given a chance. You know, we're not a nation that generally hands people things on a platter. We're not that. So you need to also walk in through that door and say, you know what, as long as the processes are there, it's important that the board sets the guidelines for the processes and creates that enabling environment. That is sacrosanct. But once that is in place, don't sit at your desk. Don't sit behind a closed door waiting to be observed, to be called in to have that conversation about parity. Don't wait to be called to say, I want to lead a project. Don't wait for me to notice you. Come in and say, you know, I know that project is ongoing. I really would like the opportunity to take that project on. And I think that is something which I always tell people, that we can have a lot of conversations and we can set the processes and we can have the documents in place, but we also need to seize that opportunity when we see it and also visualize it ahead. There's nothing wrong in saying, next year, I envision we're going to need a project leader in this area and I want to lead that. So I see that eyes are moving, so the time is against us. So I'm going to keep quiet at this point. But I think that is what I would love to leave the audience with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. I believe that we have a lot of go-getter ladies in the house who believe that they've been knocking on doors and doors have been opening. Ms. Tinuade, aware she was here, I'm most definitely sure would tell you it's not been easy for us, like Ola said, but we do our best and we do try. Yeah. So I'm going to leave you all with a quote from Paula Dressel of Race Matters Institute, and she says, "The route to achieving equity will not be accomplished through treating everyone equally." You know, like you rightly said, you have to knock, you have to be aggressive, if you have to be. It will be achieved by treating everyone justly according to their circumstances. So taking into consideration our diversity is key to ensuring that equality and equity does thrive, you know, in our workplace, in our society, and in our nation as a whole. Thank you very much, everyone. All right then, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? If you have an opinion, even if you don't have a question, you have an opinion to the fact that women are not as aggressive as men. If you have, we'll take it. Yes, we have one. Yay!
I hope somebody.
Okay, you have, Okay, Naomi, let's take you for, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I really beg to disagree with Mr. Dayo's comments around women not being aggressive or women not coming up to say this is what I want to do. What's the idea of the corporate governance we're talking about? Is about putting these policies in place. There are many qualified women who are out there, even looking for jobs. And you want to trickle it down to even the chief executive officers. So when we talk about gender equality, right, we want the change to come from the top down to the bottom, and because the CEO wants to evaluate even his HR policies. I'll give you an example. We talk about sustainability in the supply chain. A company's entire supply chain can make a significant impact in promoting human rights, fair labor, even gender equality. But you find out that if the CEOs do not have a buy-in, it's going to be very difficult. For example, if the chief executive also, for example, see the supply chain as an extension of their workforce and the community itself, you know, and if the company can set expectations for their best practices across the supply chain, then you can see key changes will be happening from their selection of employees to training to auditing and even remediation. Then if you look at the issue of gender pay gap, that I saw that in the concept notes, a large amount of women on average are paid less than 24% than men. And there are concerted efforts are needed by all stakeholders to transform this change, to have equality in pay. Are you gonna ask the employee to come and say you want them, they need an increase annually? No, it comes from them, from the policies themselves. The HR set policies to say, this is how we're gonna pay you. Equal pay for equal work. You don't really need to get women coming to knock on your door every day asking you to increase their pay or give them some projects. So to address gender equality in pay, even the government, the employers, our trade unions, they can focus on various array of solutions, from their national minimum wage policies to even providing well-paid, protected public sector and caregivers job. There are a lot of issues around gender equality, and coming from the UN side, I have a lot to say, but given time, I would just want to speak to the fact that policies are very, very important. Companies must adopt mentorship programs. They must set diversity goals, and they must engage in inclusive hiring processes that yield positive outcome. And then in addition, really, to participate in the sustainability we are talking about, there must be sustainability building initiatives. Company, HR, and every employee must need to adhere to international conventions and frameworks that provide guidance on eradicating discrimination against women.
Thank you very much.
If we become very intentional about it, we will not be having conversations around waiting for employees to come and ask you questions.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Naomi is taking it really seriously. She's not having it. Doctor, she's not having it. Okay, so we'll take one more reaction from the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Titi Layogiwa. I'm Company Secretary to Ripon Marine Contractors Limited. Naomi is my very good friend, and I know she gets a bit, with these things, she's very passionate. I want to say, first of all, I work in the oil and gas industry, and we service the upstream sector. So on some level, I agree with what Mr. Bolaji says, and on another level, I also very much 100% agree with Naomi's perspective, and even the perspective of Dr. Holiday. So when we talk about gender equality and equity, when you're making a business decision, it becomes a little bit difficult when the crop from which you have to pick has a certain gender. For example, I'm in engineering. I'm a lawyer, but I work with an engineering firm. So for me, it always bugs my mind when I get into the room and almost everybody is male. I've worked on a multi-million-dollar project recently. I was the only woman, 20 men. They're all engineers. Sometimes I come in, I'm so tense, I'm like, oh my God, I just wish there would be somebody else, somebody from like my side. Because sometimes when you talk, and that's the point I want to disagree with on what Mr. Bolaji said. Oh, you have to be assertive. When a man is being assertive, he's seen as being assertive, he's in control. But when a woman is being assertive, she's seen as aggressive, she's confrontational. I have been in meetings where they'll say, okay, Titi, sit this one out because, we want to quickly, reach this decision. We want to quickly agree, So sometimes, coming from that perspective, like, I'm here to do my job, and I'll do my job regardless. So it's a constant struggle. So it's something with me, the management of my company, the senior management for now is actually all female, because you have people in finance, you have HR, you have other, administration, and myself, legal. I'm the head of legal as well. But when it comes to engineering, the engineering manager, who are the people who are studying engineering in schools? Who are the people that are going to graduate and become engineers? Look at us, even as lawyers. A very large percentage of female lawyers, when they graduate, they go into other businesses. How many female litigators do we have? I recently wrote an article on that. I used to be a litigator, and now I'm in a house. So it's from a litigator, you get an SAN, and then somebody will come tomorrow and say, oh, there are just very few female SANs. So we have to look at it holistically. It's not an easy discussion, but it's something that cannot be, you can't take one part from the other, because every action, every decision has a ripple effect. So from school, if women and female girls are not being encouraged to do engineering, they are not going to become an engineering manager all of a sudden 20 years down the line or 10 years down the line.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the learning point from that is we need to take the conversation even to our schools. We do not have to wait until we get to the workplace. We have to start from our schools. We need to take these engagements, further down. Any other reactions? Okay, just one more. Or can we take one more? We cannot. Okay, last one. That's fine. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So it's again on this point, right? When you talk about equity, equity means that you identify how to create a level playing field. So you cannot say that the woman needs to change herself. The organization needs to change to ensure that it's an enabling environment for women to thrive. The same way that when you have an educational system, in my son's school, they cater to all kids. It's an inclusive system. Whether the kid is loud in class, disruptive in class, very quiet in class, they all get different kind of attention, different kind of methods of teaching. The teacher takes this one aside. The teacher knows that one can do it by themselves. They give extra work to the really smart kid. That is equity. And that is what organizations need to actually embrace. And that is mindset of leadership. Because if we sit there and say, we want you to put up your hand, it's not going to happen. Women are conditioned not to do that. Like Titi said, when we do it, oh, she's so aggressive. Oh, that, she's just always pushing her way through. So we stop when we get those kind of reactions constantly, right? So you must create the environment for women to be able to just be chosen. You don't need us to say, hello, Misa.
I think if it's okay, one last comment.
Thank you
so that I am.
Dr. Malachi, get out of there. While you still can, there's an exit door or around the corner. I just look for it for you. Okay.
No, but I just think contextually, because I work in an industry, and if you notice, the first thing I said was the corporate governance has to be in place and has to be sacrosanct to encourage an equitable environment. I think that was the first thing I said. Because of the industry where I work, where traditionally, and for those that know, there are very few females that lead some of the major projects. And because they're also multi-million-dollar projects. You need people that are going to express a level. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. No, hold on. No, I think, no, it's important that I clarify. No, you're making a...
Dr. Walaji, perhaps I can assist you. I think what he said was limited to his own experience. Right? He qualified it by limiting to his experience, number one. And number two, what you just said, I didn't get your name. Nkem, if a man said that women are not programmed in a certain way, there'll be uproar. But it's okay for her to say so. But it was okay for the women in this room to hear a woman say women are not programmed to raise their hands. Now, are not conditioned. Okay, semantics. They're not
conditioned. And penalized for it. That's what she said.
Okay, they're not conditioned to raise their hands.
No, they have been penalized for it.
They have been penalized by whom? No. Hold on. You cannot be speaking in the abstract. No, you cannot be speaking in the abstract. The point I was going to make, when we talk about inclusion, I worked in the US for almost 2 decades. And as one of a handful of black lawyers in a law firm of almost 1,000 lawyers, you can imagine what that felt like, going to the room, all white men most of the time, and some white women too, yeah, but mostly white men. At some point, when I was about 5 years into the practice, I realized I had to raise my hand, go to the chairman of my section and say, Betsy, what are the things I'm doing well? What are the things I'm not doing as well? And what areas do I need to improve upon? Because I knew from then on, those of us who are going to be considered for partnership is going to be based on certain objective criteria. And she said to me, Shani, you are doing all these things very well, but I noticed you've been working with the same cluster of attorneys. Now you need to break out into working with more of the corporate lawyers, as opposed to the tax people, the real estate lawyers, but the corporate guys who are the ones that really run the firm. So she gave me that opportunity was for me to now sink or swim, but I had to raise my hand. And it wasn't an easy thing for me to do. It was not an easy thing for me to, but I did it, and thankfully it all worked out. So the point I'm trying to make is that he said from his own perspective, he said, sometimes we have this discussion, and we're trying to have it frankly, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. People, for example, some of the things, I'll just finish with this. One of the first memorandum that I did for a partner in the firm, it was in the employment section. I was in litigation. I did the memo. He said to his senior associate, he said, Bert, is English Shani's first language? That he writes so well. Now, I went through a first interview, a second interview, I did a summer program, and before I got an offer to come and start as an associate. And he was asking the question, is English my first language? Now, an average American, black American would have been very offended, may have filed a discriminatory suit against a law firm, probably won damages, but that probably would have been the end of his career in the firm. And he would have probably been labeled as a troublemaker by other firms. I took it as a compliment. Perhaps a backhanded one, like as a compliment. So sometimes these issues, if I may say so, we shouldn't get too sensitive about them. It's okay to correct if you feel offended, but oftentimes there's a good intention behind what is being said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To round us up, I'd like to say that at the end of the day, everybody has a role. You might have the right policies in place. Your board or your management might set the right tone from the top, to implement those policies. But you also have a role, to speak up when you need to. Thank you very much. All right, bye.
Please put your hands together for Mrs. Irene's panel. Thank you very much, Doctor. Just a moment of picture there, then we'll get on to the second panel. By the way, the next Diversity and Inclusivity program will be attended by men only. And the reason is simple. I'm going to be in the room as well. Men only. We need to talk to the men, not the women, this time around. The women knows what they need. We know what they need. We men need to be talked to. So next time it's going to be a women that will be on the panel, then we men will take the heat, like it is in the kitchen. Thank you very much. We appreciate everyone for that. Let's move on quickly to the second panel, because this panel spoke a whole lot about equality and equity, and I think those are part of the plates, as it were, for the whole diversity and inclusion theme. The next panel, unfortunately, has more women, and the only man that's supposed to be there is unavoidably absent. I think when he saw that he's a very good friend of mine. He's a very good friend of mine from the Lagos Business School, Dr. Franklin Ngu. He's an associate professor. So I think he just, I'm going to give him a call and said, well, the women here are waiting for you. Okay, so let me invite the moderator for the second panel, Mrs. Irene Robinson Ayonwale, Divisional Head, Business Support Services at the Nigerian Exchange Limited. This is your show. Mrs. Ayonwale, please. Since Dr. Franklin Ngu is not here, I wouldn't mind sitting in for him if I'm going to be sitting at the back. You have the floor.
Thank you very, very much. So Bosin, please, we'll kindly need your assistance as we get up there, Maybe going forward, those that build stages will recognize that women, sometimes use heels. So that's part of the awareness we're talking about. So, Mr. Dio, I'll just give you a personal experience of being penalized for speaking out. And I think this will be the first time I'll be sharing that personal experience in the open. But I think it's important for men to actually understand the reality of what women are going through when we talk about this penalizing. So I was a litigator. For some of you that know, I was in litigation and I was very vocal during my time, because we're one of the generation of those that had to really come out. And I still am, So off the back of that, when I met my husband today, some people in the office knew my husband. And they approached the family and said, do you really want this lady in your house? She's very vocal. She talks, and she's a lawyer. She might give this man hypertension. True story. 14 years still married, praise the Lord. But this is the reality of what people face as women. So, in terms of the panel, we are here to discuss breaking barriers, advancing diversity and inclusion in leadership roles. And we have very distinguished ladies with us. And we have, first of all, Mrs. Ikemdelim Bego. She's the CEO of FutureSoft. Please give her a round of applause. She's already introduced herself quite strongly. Please, Wilson, please help us, Thank you very much. Thank you, please. We need the men to help us. She's also the director, Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC. She's a director at Novare Investment Trust Limited, as well as the Society for Corporate Governance Nigeria. The second person on our panel is Mrs. Patience Etumudon, and she's the secretary MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum. I think she'll be joining us online. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, she's here. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Please encourage and give her a round of applause. Then we have Mrs. Ezinwa Inokuka. Please, I might have murdered your surname. Ezinwa. She's the Secretary General Counsel at the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. A round of applause to this amazing, amazing panel.
That's what it said. Give them a helping hand. What's wrong with man, by the way? Yes, thank you. Okay, I think that's.
Yes,
would you like to sit close to them?
Okay.
Yes, please, so that it looks a bit more. Yes, thank you. That's more like it.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause once again. So, thank you, ladies, for joining us on this very, very interesting topic, which is breaking barriers and advancing diversity and inclusion in leadership roles. Now, one of the things I want to emphasize is that, when we're talking about diversity, we're not just talking about gender. Yes, gender is a very, very critical topic for us, because first of all, to what one of the panelists said, the females just in Nigeria represent 51%, but have been totally...
May I respectfully cut in that we have Dr. Franklin Ugo of the Lagos Business School, who is a member of the IOD online.
Oh, he has been able to
yes,
join.
He's joined.
Okay.
He decided to join online.
Okay.
Professor Ungo, are you there? This is Bolson.
Otumba Bolson, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
How are you? I would like to see your face, if you don't mind.
I'm fine. Just 1 minute. Sorry.
Yes, the women here are rooting for you. Before you connected, I said you're a very good friend. I interviewed you a number of times. But that you noticed that this must be a little bit tough for you.
You can see my face.
So you couldn't show up in person because the room is a bit tight and I'm overwhelmed as well. But again, Irene will handle you carefully and all that. Okay, here you are. Oh, you're in traffic. Okay, I'm sure you're using your phone also. Thank you very much.
No, I apologize because of the time. I just explained to Irene now. Because we didn't follow the times, and I have another engagement, so I'm on the road now. But sincere apologies.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. It's good to have you. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for connecting in. Okay, Irene is in charge, and I'm handing over to her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Franklin, for joining us, member IOD and the director, Lagos Business School Sustainability Center. So we were talking about the fact that, yes, gender is quite critical because just using Nigeria as an example, we represent 51% of the population, but we are marginalized and penalized in terms of certain types of issues that we face. But when we're talking about diversity, we are talking about ageism, age diversity. We've talked a bit about ethnic diversity, even social status, social backgrounds diversity, as well as the educational diversity. So it's those areas that we're talking about. So my first question, is to Mrs. Beko, and I'm going to read out some statistics because I think it's important, because I want you to talk about, what is encouraging or what is causing, because there's a lot of awareness around the fact that we need diversity and inclusion. We've talked about it in various degrees. The last speaker talked about the fact that even as a country, we have a quota system that recognizes that we need diversity in order to function effectively. But I'll read out some statistics to you that shows that we do have challenges. So the question, first of all, is that what is the cause of this? So let me read out some statistics. And this statistic is from Offset Insights, and they carried out an analysis of 154 companies, in Nigeria, top companies across various sectors. And these are some of the alarming statistics that they gave or they found. And it cuts across the various diversity issues we have. From ethnic diversity, they said 45% of individuals on ESCO teams and boards are from Nigeria's southwest geopolitical region, 45%. Southeast and south-south, 21% and 12% respectively. Then the rest, only 11% of corporate leadership altogether. That is quite alarming because we have various geopolitical zones, but yet some zones are even classed as the rest and just 11%. On the age front, it says only 1% of board members and 6% of the ESCO team were below 40 years. Model age range of board members was between 55 to 59 years and between 50 to 54 years for the ESCO team. If I go to gender, only 16 companies out of 154 had female CEOs out of 154 companies. 13 companies had no female board members. So it goes on and on. What are the reasons for this?
Being intentional or not. I think it all boils down to policy, and I think the first panel actually spoke to this, in a lot of detail when they talked about, having the right type of policies within the organization, having a quota system, being intentional about it. But it requires a mindset from the top that basically accepts this and creates programs as well as initiatives to make sure that you're actually hiring right. It also requires the right brand strategy. If your brand on your website, for example, you have pictures of only men, why would I apply? I just wouldn't, right? So from a brand strategy perspective, we really need to start understanding that brand strategy plays a really big role in communication, in how we shape our culture. It plays a role in the type of talent that we can attract. It plays a role in how we're perceived by stakeholders and our consumers, whether those are investors, whether those are actual customers, right? Or whether those are potential employees. So we need to build brands that actually signal that we're focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. If we don't do that, then we will not attract the right type of talent. I think also we need to just cast our net wider. A lot of the time we'll just simply say, oh, well, we didn't find anyone, right? We didn't find anyone who is under 40, who is a woman and who is in technology. Well, here I am, now over 40, but, those should be criteria, right? Because especially when we think about our consumer base and just stakeholders at large being cross-generational, right? You're not just catering to one generation, you're catering to multiple generations. If you don't have representation of millennials, of Gen Z within your leadership team, you're going to go down the wrong path at some point, right? And I think that's where future-proofing your business and sustainability really comes in. But at the root cause of it is really the mindset shift that needs to happen, and people just having to be very, very intentional and really also understanding what the benefits are. And I think globally there's a lot of data, but I think locally there are not enough statistics out there. There's not enough data even within the organizations, right? So I think M&E also plays a really big role to make sure that we're tracking the right type of stats within the organization, that we're actually aware of it. Because the truth is that we will only see what we're used to. And I'll give an example. I was at the Nigerian Stock Exchange with a bunch of men, and we were standing and we were looking at all the past chairmen of the stock exchange, and the only thing I saw was that there was no single woman, and I said it out loud. And I was just like, wow, there's no woman on this wall. And all the men were like, oh wow, we didn't notice that. And I said, yes, because you're used to being in a room with boys, so you will not notice that there are no girls on this wall, right? So, and that is bias, right? We can only see what we know. So we have to also expose ourselves to other experiences and to new experiences. And I think being able to listen and to take things serious and to just say, I don't understand your experience, but it is valid and we're going to do something about it. And I think that's really important. And then creating, like the comment I made, systems and initiatives to actually say, we will create equity. Okay, you're not going to be aggressive, you're not going to put your hand up, you're not going to ask for things. We will give you those opportunities. We will show you that you can do it even if you don't feel 150% prepared. Because guess what? We need to see it to be it. And when other women start seeing women who feel not prepared and who will tell their story and say, I wasn't prepared, but my boss put me there, right? And said, I can do it, and I did it, and I did it really well. Those women, first of all, will reach down and bring other women up. But those women that are lower will also then start raising their hands, right? Because then they know that it is possible and that they don't need to be 150% prepared.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll direct the next question to Dr. Franklin, just because he is trying to catch an appointment. Because there's something you said about being conscious about it, so that even in terms of succession planning, we will be able to ensure that we're able to deal with these issues around diversity. So I would like to ask Dr. Franklin, because we do understand that diversity and inclusion is a subset of the social impact under the ESG. So in terms of trying to deal with diversity and inclusion from the succession planning perspective, what are your suggestions and recommendations to businesses? Hello, Dr. Franklin, do we still have you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for the question. Well, let me start by saying something. We're talking about diversity and inclusiveness, but it's also good that we do it in everything that we want to do. If we are preaching that we have to be more diverse, we have to be more included. So if I look at the speakers for this conference, we have 16 speakers, and only 3 men and 13 women. I'm not sure be inclusive. I'm not sure that that's the equity. I'm not sure that's fair. But let's leave that one aside. So just for me to point it out that it might have more men, so that it's 16 now, we should have 8, so it will be more diversified and more inclusive. So with regards to how do we ensure diversity, let me talk about inclusiveness first. The best way to do it is by looking at the way we formulate strategy in our organizations. Because most of the time, there's an assessment of level of engagement of employees in Nigeria. And it was stated that about 15% of your employees are fully engaged. About 60-something% are disengaged, while 20-something% are actively disengaged. So the question then is, how do we have this kind of scenario? And what we found out is that the way we formulate strategy actually disengages employees. So most of the time, we now say, okay, we want a strategy formulation. We bring the top guys, we bring the GMs and senior management, without including the lower people. Immediately that disengagement starts, immediately that they don't feel included, they don't feel heard. But the importance of a strategy is to ensure that every voice is heard and every head is utilized. As they start getting involved in the strategy, that sense of ownership, that sense of responsibility will start. And before you know it, they will not start being included. And with regards to diversity. What we are supposed to do as companies is actually also to rethink our strategy. So say, how do we include issues of ESG in our strategy? So, and by the time you do it, that's now empowerment. You now make sure that different parts of the society, particularly women, particularly those that are not well off, have the necessary support, necessary financial resources to even get on the ladder of being educated, being employed, being affecting the society positively. So those are the initial steps that we are supposed to ensure. When we now do ASG, and we now do proper strategy formulation, it means that we are now opening up opportunities for proper succession planning. But because everybody, from the driver, receptionist, facility people, all of them, they have a sense of responsibility in that organization. And they will be contributing. They will see themselves as part and parcel for the success of that organization. And before you know it, they can also now start looking for education for improving themselves, improving their skill, improving. But if we continue with the idea of just doing strategy and say, we've done it, let's go and cascade it down, we lose over 60% of our employees. And if we do that, they cannot be included, and they will not have the opportunity to maybe to jump out, or maybe to get another job in another place. So my suggestion is that we should rethink the way we do strategy. And then we should also include ESG in our strategy. ESG means that we are now thinking not just for profit, but we are now thinking for sustainability. We are now thinking for inclusiveness. We are now thinking for the whole society. We are now thinking for long-term, not short-term. We are now thinking for the whole community, not for the firm alone. So that would be my opening remarks and opening answer to your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franklin. Thank you very much. Now, I think there's an aspect that we need to talk about in terms of diversity. And I'm happy that Mrs. Etumudon is in the room. Now, I'm going to talk because, you know, like we said, we talk about gender, even age, even ethnicity. But the truth of the matter is that when it comes to the statistics around people with disability or living with disability, in fact, we have not even started. You know, and so we have a lot of work to do, and I'm not sure that just strategy formulation alone is going to achieve what we need to do in that area. Now, an alarming statistic, which we got from the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, Women Commission, and the Solidarity Center, they carried out a survey, and the survey was of more than 500 workers with disabilities in Nigeria's formal and informal sector. Now, what they found is that most workers with disabilities cannot access decent work as defined by the UN International Labour Organization. The survey found that regardless of legislation aimed at addressing diversity in the Nigerian workplace, disabled workers do not experience the same access to employment opportunities. Now, we are talking about trying to advance diversity and inclusion in leadership. But where we don't even have people with disabilities that have been recruited through the system, then we really have a lot of challenge in our hands. So I would like to ask Mrs. Etumodo that what can we do, whether from the government, by the public sector, by the private sector, what can we do to address this alarming circumstance that we have?
Now, the first thing we have to do is, let me start here. This thing about inclusion, it's a bit mind-boggling. I came here expecting that this place would be inclusive, for instance, and the first thing I see is, I'm here and others are there. Now, you can imagine what is going through my mind. I have a lot going through here. Why was this place not prepared for me? They should know that someone with disability is coming. So it is the same thing that runs through our society. We are not prepared for. We have lots of legislations, I keep saying it. Enacting legislations has never been our problem. We have the recently enacted Discrimination Against Persons Act, which has been adopted by almost all the states in the federation, apart from a few states, but implementation has been a problem. For instance, the work surrounding employment now, section 2829 provides that no one should be discriminated against on the basis of his or her disability, which means that if the work can be done by a person who lives with disability, such person should also be allowed to try out for that job, be given the opportunity to work and earn a decent living. But the truth is, by the time you get to an employer, a company that wants to employ, they first look at you, and then they see you as a charity case, and then they want to just dash you 5,000 and say, you can go back. I had an experience with that. I went through law school. I did my law school in Kano, which is quite far from my home. I live in Delta State. And then, after law school, I said, okay, I have a good result. Let me get a job. I went to, when I couldn't get the first, of course, you all have a plan A, B, C, and all that. I had a plan A. It didn't work out. Plan B didn't work out. Okay, let me get a job in a law firm. And I walked to the law firm. The first barrier I had was that the firm was on the second floor of the building. That I could have been able to manage because I also went to a school where I had to ascend lots of staircases, so that wasn't a problem. So when I got there and met with the employer, the owner of the firm, he looked at me, looked at my result and said, did you go to school with this? I knew what he was talking about, the disability, and I said, yes, sir, I did. And you made this result while you were in school? I said, yes, sir. I said, this is brilliant, this is very beautiful. But you can't cope. You won't be able to cope. I went home crying, and I cried for days because I just felt that if he's telling me this, that it means this is the situation we have in this country. And this is actually what lots of persons with disabilities are going through. Now, how do we get this thing fixed? Employers should be able to, the law provides that 5%, at least 5% should be reserved for persons with disabilities. They are qualified. We're not asking that if you just give anyone you see because the person is disabled a job. No, that's not what we're agitating for. We're saying, if I'm qualified to do this job, give me a try. And if I don't do well, you can fire me. You have the right to hire and fire. So you can fire me if I'm not doing well. So that 5%, can we just utilize it? Give these persons the opportunities to work. They want to work. And I bet you, when you try it, you'll be surprised that that person with disability will do more. Why? He already has the mindset that he's not wanted in that place. So he has to prove himself even more than the person who does not suffer from any disability. And another beautiful thing about that is that this will allow others open up. 90%, or let me be fair, about 60% of us, even in this hall, we have disabilities. One of the disabilities is that we are using glasses. So if you can see very well, you won't be wearing a pair of glasses. You just remove this. If you are seeing very well, you will not be wearing a pair of glasses. You just want to enhance your sight. That is why you are doing that. So if you can still work with it, why shouldn't someone who is visually impaired, for instance, be given an opportunity to work? So some of the things we can do is to try to remove some of these barriers, give them jobs. Where they are not doing well, fine, you can decide to say, okay, I have the right to let you off, let you go, because you are not doing well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very mind-boggling. So, Ezinwa, I want to use this as a segue because even during the keynote address, we were told about how just the requirements around disclosure and also ensuring that the board had a role in terms of coming up with a policy that dealt with diversity and inclusion saw a shift in the banks. And I mean, last year alone, in terms of the number of females that became either CEOs or chairpersons of banks, showed that vision helped. And I'm going to use that as a segue into what Patience has said. Now, if we look at the Code of Corporate Governance, there's a huge emphasis around gender. There's a huge emphasis around independence. But the truth of the matter is that diversity is broad. at least from the ethnicity perspective, the government has taken care of that in terms of constitution. Can we begin to look at amendments in our codes of corporate governance and things like that that address the issue of people living with disabilities? We've heard that from the public sector, there's an act that now it requires 5%. What version of that can we bring into the private sector, and we look to the FRCN for that, FSRCC for that? Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and I'm really humbled to be here. So I'm just taking a cue from what she said, you know, and that's why this discussion that we're having here is actually very important, because it's only when we start engaging and having these discussions that would work and contribute towards having an equitable environment and society. So now talking about the FRC, Financial Reporting Council. I mean, that's the regulatory body that is responsible for setting accounting and corporate governance standards in Nigeria. Yeah, now if you look under the NCCG code is Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance 2018. That's certain principles there that actually promote for corporate governance and diversity inclusion. So you look at under principle, I think 2.2, it talks about the composition of the board, diversity in the composition of the board. And that it also extends that to encourage that there should be board committees that would also oversee diversity and inclusion matters. And then you also have, I think it's 3.2, that also talks about disclosure. So it's now encouraging entities, organizations to disclose their diversity policies in their annual returns. So that also notwithstanding, on the issue of what she just talked about, I mean, it just drew my mind now looking at the Code of Corporate Governance, the way actually, in as much as it's very broad as well in talking about diversity. So I think also bringing that into the play, it actually covers that. But in terms of specifically stating that, I think it's something that's why this conversation is actually very good. And I know we're also coming up with the Code of Corporate Governance for the not-for-profit and the public sector. But it's something worth going back and actually looking at, though this will take a while. But like she said as well, and that's the truth, we have a lot of laws and enactments that actually cover these things. But the problem with those, or rather the challenge, is the implementation, because our constitution is also very clear. I mean, there's the section that talks about, that guarantees fundamental human rights. So there's the right to equitability and all that. So it's actually there in the Constitution. It's just the implementation that is our problem. And then we also have the Federal Character Commission, and that talks about representation fair when in terms of public appointments as well. But do we actually do that? That's the question, and that's why this conversation is actually very good. So it's for us now to go back inwards and look at the enabling act and codes that we have, see how to bring in a lot of things into foreplay to deal with DI, like Mrs. Mbola said, D&I, diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, we have tried as much as possible at this opening to talk about diversity. I want to go into the inclusion aspect, and I'm going to read out a statistic that shows, what happens when we don't address the inclusion aspect appropriately within our organizations. And I say that because I hear a lot about the strategy formulation, the policy formulation, we have legislation. But those of us that live through the system recognize that that strategy, that legislation still needs human beings to interpret and to apply. And a lot of the gaps is from the implementation. And that is also where the inclusiveness and the absence of that reflects. Now, the IFC and the NGX have the Nigeria to Equal program, which I had talked about earlier. And, we carried out a survey amongst our 30 most capitalized companies listed on the NGX. And let's look at it just from the gender perspective. Now, the average percentage of women at the board level is 23%, so we are close to the 30% mark. The average percentage of women at the executive level is 20%, also close. The average percentage of women in senior management is 27%. But listen to this. The average percent of women that are coming through the system at the lower level to the mid-management is 50%. So there's a drop-off. So you have basically 50% of people being recruited as women into the system. and they come in, they're at the, executive officer, officer level, lower management cadre. But when you begin to go up towards the mid-management, the senior management to the board, there's a huge 20% drop-off. And so that, to me, speaks to the inclusiveness. And what is inclusiveness? Having an environment where, my passion, my perspectives, my values, they matter, they count, they are addressed. Similar to what you talked about, to say, I might not be able to raise my hand. I might not be comfortable, being able to speak to some certain things. But what within the system can you put in place to address this issue? Now, some of the things that play out in shaving off this 20% are things like promotion and trainings. Who is actually getting the trainings, that will enable, people to get the expertise they need to go to that level? Who is getting the juicy projects? Because we are all in the workplace. We can identify the juicy projects. If I take it to the law firm, there are always those juicy briefs that you're like, I would love to be a part of that. And I know one of the panelists has taken back what he said, but he said multi-billion, oh gosh. But you see, it's okay, because that is what we live through. You understand what I'm saying? So please, can we come up with specific direct recommendations to our HR teams, to our head of departments and functions? What can you do to address this issue? Because that thinning out is based on those decisions we take every day. Who takes up this task in your team? Who do you take for certain meetings? Who do you take for certain trainings? So I'll first start with you, Madam.
Thank you very much. I think, again, it goes back to being intentional, right? But also measuring that intentionality. And I think once we focus more on the data, and we also assess the team leads by how many women they have on their team, or how many ethnic groups they have on their team, how many people with disabilities they have on their team, right? Ms. Holliday was saying, people hire from the same schools and things like that. So there's bias everywhere. And I think once you measure and people are being, appraised against those measures and those metrics, then you would start seeing some level of change, right? The same way that if CBN says you have to have, 30% women on your board, suddenly there are women that can be on the board, right? Before it was like, okay, well, we don't need that. So I think one is data and just making sure that you're actually measuring. I think the other one is a lot of training for leadership. That is the current leadership, right? To really understand the benefits of what does it benefit me to have a more diverse team? What does it do for the bottom line of the organization? And really just also having programs and internal comms that amplifies that over and over again, right? I think another thing is to make sure that there is some level of mentoring and coaching, and that there are female role models that are at the top that take the time to speak to women who are in that 50% and who are about to drop off because they're going to get married, because they are going to have a family, right? And because they feel like the pressure of the work environment is too much simply because it's not flexible enough, there's not enough maternity leave. How many women don't come back from maternity leave because 3 months is simply not enough, right? Right? And that's just a fact. That's where you will see the major drop-off, right? You also see a drop-off when you start having organizations where the culture requires you to be there past your working hours, right? You see drop-offs where there's no virtual working, right? So we really need to think about how do we create an enabling environment, right? An environment that allows the mom to be at home when her kids come back from school. Those things are what also makes society thrive, right? Because kids that are well taken care of, that can come home and talk to their mom and have dinner with their mom, will be much better rounded individuals than kids that don't have that, right? So I think we really need to think about it from, that really holistic perspective, and really think about what are the initiatives that we can do to make things better. And I think the biggest part of it is having the right conversations within the organization and having honest conversations and taking on honest feedback, right? I think it's very easy to, on both sides, to become offended when someone says something, right? Because you're like, how can he say we can't take multi-million-dollar projects, right? But on the other hand, maybe that's his experience. So how do we show him that we can, so that he can change his mind, right? And what I've realized is that the biggest he-for-she champions are fathers of daughters. They will always, because they then realize that my daughter will not have a chance in this organization. And suddenly they start changing things. They start recommending other women, right? But we need all men to do that. So I think there's also a mentoring that needs to happen from men who are already he-for-she champions to other men within the organization, right? And also to make sure that in programs like this, we're not preaching to the choir.
Thank you very much. Ezinwa, I want to segue from what, Nkem talked about, because she did touch, about giving KPIs to team leads around diversity. And we've agreed that we're talking about diversity, not just from the gender perspective, but from people with disabilities, age, social background, let's not have an all boys club or all girls club of certain universities. So I'm curious in terms of, looking at the code that you talked about, whether from the board assessment and KPI level or from the executive KPI or assessment level that might even touch on bonuses in terms of the CEOs, how is the FRC trying to ensure that there are those KPIs that are putting, those key metrics for the executives, for the board, around what they are doing about diversity and inclusion, in order to ensure that mandatorily we will see a change within the system?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, under the Code of Corporate Governance, you have the board evaluation, and then the one that they do internally, and then the one that they're supposed to do externally as well. So now when the evaluation, the reports are sent to the FRCN, we analyze those reports, and usually there's a feedback back to the company. Now we're getting to the point, at this point, we are into some sort of collaboration, or we are expecting to have some collaboration with NGX to be able to really deep dive into the reports that are coming in from from the companies. Now from that, then we can be able to walk around in terms of what more can be done. Because the Code of Corporate Governance is apply and explain. So in as much as the principle behind it is to encourage companies to adopt best practices. So, but we're looking at it, so it's not that it's that stringent, but until we start to really analyze the reports that are coming from there, before we can do a deep dive into what else we can do in terms of now trying to get companies to comply, to include this diversity and inclusion that we're talking about. So really, that's why I kept, my earlier conversation was that this topic is actually very interesting and very engaging. So these are things we're going to go back with. But like I said, that collaboration with NGX would analyze the reports that are coming, because right now what we're doing is we're analyzing those reports and we're looking at it, and there's so many gaps. So now we're going to go back to say, okay, how then can we now implement and ensure that there's this issue, diversity and inclusion actually included, that companies are, in terms of the board composition, even analyzing their annual report, yes, there's some sanctions here and then, but more or less the code is encouraging. So these are things that we'll take back and look at.
Thank you very much. So Patience, there's a case for diversity and inclusion. To the point you made, we are not asking, people living with disabilities are not asking for a handout. We bring value to any organization we join. So I think it would be good to hear some of the benefits and advantages that an organization can get from bringing in more people with disabilities. And I think one of the things, and I'm not saying it from a discriminatory perspective, but I think one of the good advantages of bringing people with disabilities is that it might be one solution to the Japa syndrome. So please go ahead.
I agree with that. Then, not to take us back, I think one other way that we can stem the problem of unemployment for persons with disabilities is to give tax rebates. I think if government should start giving some form of rebate to companies who employ persons with disabilities, others will want to join in, others will want to key in and see how they can take advantage of that. And that, in essence, will be providing, like the Chinese proverb says, if you feed a man, you have fed him for a day. But if you teach him how to fish, you have fed his family or his generation. And I extend it to say, if you teach him how to fish, you've not just fed his first line, you fed an entire village. Because like in our society now, like Nigeria, we have this thing about you working. You're not just working for your immediate family. You have extended family and other persons who rely on you. And so it is the same thing too with when you employ someone with disability. You've removed somebody from that poverty line. You have also been able to empower his family and every other person around him. Then to the question, there are a lot of benefits. For one, if, like the tax rebate I talked about, if it can be implemented too, you find out that the companies too will have something, for themselves too. And then another thing, the company will be seen as a friendly, a disability-friendly organization. And at the same time too, I'm also sure that they will also have other things going for them. Like, I think I read somewhere in the US, they have this commission, and they've had a lot of directors, company CEOs who have signed into it, that they will practice inclusion in their organizations. And it's working for them in the sense that they get some incentives from some other organizations and, and corporations like that who want to really help. So if we start practicing this, we would have taken some persons out of the streets. Nigeria is the statistics for Nigeria for out-of-school children is very high. And I'm very sure that more than 50% of those out-of-school children are persons with disabilities. Now, if we start employing, if we start giving jobs to those who are qualified, we are creating role models. We are letting those who are on the street see that being a person with disability is not all bad. We are letting those who are hiding their disability that they suffer from, and will just rather tell their boss, today I'm not well, I'm not feeling fine, so I will not be able to come to work, and one excuse after the other. We're making them to also come out to say, oh, I have this disability that is affecting me, but I can work in this other area and I will do very well. And so you empower them, and then the company becomes more productive. So for me, I feel there are lots of benefits. You take the kids out of the streets, those children who are out of school, their parents want to train them, those whose parents are hiding them. I've seen a case like that where a parent had a paraplegic child, and I kept telling her, do you know that this child could become the one that will bring your family out tomorrow? For her, she feels that it's an embarrassment to have such a child. I'm sorry to say, our religious bodies are not helping too. When you create that impression that someone who has a disability is suffering from a cause, or is being caused by the family or by one grandmother or great grandmother in one village somewhere, you have somehow created a larger problem. So if we can implement some of these things, if we can have some of these things on ground, I'm sure we would have reduced the problem for persons who have disabilities, and at the same time for our society at large.
Thank you very much, Patience. Thank you very much. I don't know if Dr. Franklin is on the line. Okay, he has left. Okay, but thank you very much to the panel. And I know we may have some questions. So any questions?
I don't think we have time for questions, and it's a shame because this panel has been very rich. But we're running really behind time. But before, maybe we can take one. I want to sincerely take responsibility for, first of all, for the ladies for not having the staircase prepared, but also Patience. I really apologize that you've had to, that this room was not ready for you. But I'm really, in a way, glad it happened, right? Because it opened our eyes to see that many times we do not prepare the room for diversity. we do not prepare the room for inclusion. So for the women, they were like, it's too high, there are no stairs for us. Do they not realize that we wear skirts and that we have stilettos? And for someone like Patience, we just didn't think about it, even though we knew we had invited you. So I apologize sincerely. It will not happen again. It's been a real eye-opener, and it's helped to actually highlight the work that needs to be done. Because many times we do not see, the same way as women were complaining that men do not see us, and they do not factor our special needs as women. We did not factor it into the workplace. It's the same way we have not factored patients and everybody with special abilities, because I don't call them disabilities, I call them special abilities, into the workplace, into our conversations, into our conferences, into our nation. And so, again, I apologize, but learned a great lesson from it. It will not happen again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
One question, perhaps. Yes.
Okay,
one question.
For all of that, thank you very much. One question.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Ifeanyi. I don't have a question. I just wanted to add to what has been said. And I want to echo what Dr. Franklin said. I think that most times when we have discussions like this, something is amiss. Most times we always go for people that are supposedly at the top, those who have had experience and they are experts in what they do. We never involve those that are coming up, those that actually have the challenges that can tell us what the problems are that they are facing in their journey to the top. So Dr. Franklin talked about that, and in relation to what Patience said, I think that for us to get a holistic view of how to include people and to work on diversity, we need to involve those, because this is, somebody mentioned it in the panel earlier about the Japa syndrome. That is also how to attack it. You need to get these people involved, hear their voices, and know what their challenges are so that you know how to solve it. That's the way you have people in your organization stay. If you're not listening to them and you're just making decisions from the top, they will still leave you eventually. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we want to move on to the fireside chat. Sorry, my panel, thank you so much for now for the group photograph. Now for the group photograph, all of you will have to take it where Patience is. Thank you very much. I think we need to do a whole lot more about diversity and inclusivity. You just stay there, the rest of the panel will meet you there, Patience. Because again, we need to think at the government level. For example, the public buses, whether owned by state governments or whatever, I'm not sure any of them has the kind of stairs or whatever, or facility like you have in advanced countries where the bus steps comes lower if you have someone like Patience coming in, and they'll have a kind of a ramp and what have you. There are special seats in there for those who need special needs. We need to do a whole lot more. 200 million people, and the most populated country in Africa, one of the largest in the world. We need to begin to think more of inclusivity and diversity when we're talking about policies, whether it's for transportation, even at our airports and all other public places. We need to begin to think more about this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Irene, for moderating this panel from FRC, and Patience, thank you very much, and the rest of you, thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate that. And Dr. Franklin Ugu, thank you for escaping through the traffic and all of that and joining us for a few minutes. I'll take that up with him. Our first fireside chat is with a woman who of substance and who's one of the big names in the corporate world. Director in Leap Africa, AAC Foods, Nestle Nigeria, Nigerian Breweries. I don't think there is no better person to have this fireside chat than Mrs. Ndidi Okonkwo-Nwuneli. I think I've had 1 or 2 interactions with her as a journalist and interviewing her. I'm sure she's really sound and she can really talk to us on this business case for diversity and inclusion and looking at the creating value for stakeholders and let's bringing it all into the business, economic, investment, environment, and creating value for everyone. within the value chain. And handling this particular part is Ayatollah Jago, who is the head legal compliance at Owando PLC, is moderating it. Ayatollah, where are you? Okay, you're here. Okay, here we go. Great. Now you go through the stairs over there before I get penalized this time around. Okay, Ayatollah, you have the floor.
Yeah, I've got the
15
time.
minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to first of all thank you, Ndidi, and one for accepting, and apologize also for, you know, we're running late, and I know there are a number of people who want to talk, but I felt
I'm sorry, because of the way the microphone's positioned.
we can actually move that one. Here. Oh, round the back, yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. But when we began to conceptualize this conference, one of the things I was clear about was that I wanted to have a one-on-one with a couple of women to talk about their journey to the top. And I know that we've had a comment about, oh, you also need to hear from those who are not quite there. But I think the particular aspect of this conference was about learnings. And we've had so many learnings today. Ndidi is not just a woman I look up to. She knows I'm her greatest, one of her cheerleaders. I won't say I am her greatest cheerleader. We're birthday mates. And so at least every year we know that we connect, but we also see on whether it's the ESG circuits or it's the UN circuits or company circuits. And I've always looked up to you, and I've always learned from you. And some of the things I have learned from Ndidi, I feel I would like to share with all of you in the room. It's going to make me a better leader, and I didn't want to withhold that, which is why you're here today. And I was so glad she willingly accepted, and you know, and she's here. And so I think my first question is really on your journey, your education, your background, your upbringing. What are the things that you feel, because we've heard a lot about norms, cultural norms, how cultural norms, in spite of the legislation, in spite of the policies, cultural norms can lead to what we saw here in the second panel session, where we don't see certain people or we just don't consider certain things. And what are the things in your own particular upbringing, your journey, that I think have helped you to overcome a lot of the systemic barriers when it comes to diversity and inclusion?
Thank you, and thanks for the very kind words. We have mutual respect for each other, and I really admire your journey as well. So thank you for inspiring us. So I'll say there are two things. One, I think how your parents raised you has such an important role in who you become. I am one of 5 children. I'm the middle child, and we have 4 girls and a boy. And the 4 girls came first. And we grew up in Enugu. So you can imagine, we all actually used to pray for that boy, because in our culture, having a male child, my father is the first son, having a male child was very important. And I have to say, that's one of the first nonprofits I started, was an organization to empower women to believe that they were enough. But regardless, we were all allowed to have a voice in our family. And our voices were heard. And our parents pushed us to achieve our highest potential and to find our purpose from a very early age, especially my mother. And I think all 5 of us are working in our purpose, which is a very special thing, right? That your parents can see your gifts and help you maximize them. And I'll say the second thing is, what we observed from their lives was service, impact, humility, and excellence. And both of them were educated in Ivy League schools. They chose to come back to Nigeria to work in university systems, and they believed in integrity. And I think I always tell young people, excellence and integrity have no hiding place. And if you raise your children believing that they can be excellent at what they do, they can establish mastery, and they can have integrity, and that regardless of how long it takes, they will be seen and heard, that assurance keeps you going.
Thank you so much. And I think it's important because when we talk about a multi-stakeholder approach, a lot of emphasis seems to be on corporates, on government, on professional bodies, and we don't see the family. And members of family have been, as being important stakeholders in this journey of diversity and inclusion. So a lot of us here are parents. I'm a mother of a boy. I only have one child. And I've been very conscious of training him to see things in a totally different light and to be, he cooks better than me. He's amazing in the kitchen. So I've not brought him up to think that, oh, cooking is for women, or, and to have empathy, to have compassion, to have humility. And those are the things that I guess, girls were trained to have those skills and to have those qualities, and boys were trained with totally different qualities. So it's understanding our role as stakeholders. And I want to ask, apart from your family, who were those other important stakeholders that you would say had a major role to play throughout your journey, whether it's at school, at university, and what examples can you give us? I mean, what stands out? What are those experiences that stand out for you?
Well, I've been very fortunate to have a slew of mentors, and I call them angels on assignments who God has sent into my life. I would say from university days, I had unique professors. My first internship when I was 16 was with Arthur Andersen. And then some of you might not know Arthur Andersen, but it was the leading accounting firm then in the world. And I worked with them in Connecticut. And the interesting thing is the HR manager at Arthur Andersen was an African-American woman. I had $50 to buy my first suit. My parents were university professors. During the military era, they didn't earn salaries. They didn't pay them for like a year. So my suit, I wore it every single day, changed some of the inside outfits. So she took me to her closet and she opened the closet and said, "Ndidi, pick anything you want." And I remember thinking, I want to do that for somebody later in life. And I've done that for young women later in life. Because it's so important to think about that ability to dress for success. We take it for granted. We see people who come for interviews. How many of you have interviewed people and you're like, that jacket was borrowed, that shoe was borrowed? We know. Because we've lived it, we can understand. And then you think, now I have so many jackets. Who is using them? And how can I empower other people? So I'll always remember that yellow jacket I picked from her closet. But regardless, all through my careers, people said something. They said, we see something in this young lady, we're going to help her succeed. And what is that something? A lot of people tell me women don't support women. Please, women have been my #1 supporter.
Yeah.
Please don't say that, right? I know might have had that experience and been burned, but just keep in mind that a lot of women are carrying baggage. If women are not supporting you, maybe they are dealing with something at home. Maybe they are facing a crisis you don't understand. But give up the vibe that you also will support them. And I think that humility, that there's enough space for all of us, that you're my sister, I will support you, that vibe, people believe in that vibe. They sense it from each other. And so I've had very few women who have blocked me in my life. I've had women be my biggest champions. And my first manager at McKinsey, female manager, she had the same terrible male manager I had had. And so when she met me, she said, we have a shared experience. We're going to help each other succeed. And we're going to talk each other up. And that's a lesson for all of you women in the room. And I learned it from Black Americans. You talk each other up. So you say, my sister, Ayotola, is amazing. So when I'm in a room and they're talking about Ayotola, I'm going to praise her. I'm going to be her hype woman. Do you understand? I'm not going to do the opposite. I'm not going to say, oh, Ayotola must be having an affair with 4 men. Look at her. No, I'm not kidding. I remember when I got my first, this day used to give these awards.
Yeah.
Young Manager of the Year, and it used to be a big ceremony. And I remember I didn't have the money to buy the tickets. I was running Leap Africa. The tickets were like 1 million at the time. Which money to buy a ticket? And so the day before they sent me a ticket, I had a chair at the back of the room. So when they announced my name and I got up there to get the award, somebody sent me a text. It was Ngige that gave the award, and he happened to be the governor of Anambra State at the time. Someone sent me a text the next day saying, are you having an affair with Ngige? How did you get this award? And I was shocked. I've never met Ngige before then. I happened to be from Anambra State, but I had never met him. I didn't know I was going to get the award. I didn't lobby for the award. I was working my butt off. Do you understand? But that mindset. And it was a woman who sent me that text. So you can see we have to be careful because people have fallen into that trap, right, of not being each other's cheerleaders. So I have had amazing cheerleaders, great role models, male mentors and female mentors and sponsors. And on my board journey, it was actually at an event like this with Wimbiz where Wengo Yebode was on stage and he said, women, you have to ask for board seats. Men ask for board seats.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I want to be on a corporate board. I don't serve on any. So who do I know who I can call? And my first call was to Okeana Lama. I said, he runs a private equity fund. He's known me since he was at Harvard. I was an undergrad. I'm going to call him up and say, okay, I want to serve on boards. And that I did. And I called him up. I said, I'm interested in serving on corporate boards. And I've been told we have to ask. So I'm going to ask. And he said, well, let me think about it. There are very few boards you can serve on in Didi because I know you. And integrity is important to you. So one day he called me up and said, oh, there's a potential position at Cornerstone Insurance. I said, I don't know in the insurance industry, but I'm a customer of Cornerstone. I'm willing to learn. And that was my first corporate board. And I was the first woman on the Cornerstone Insurance Board.
Excellent.
So the point is, there's a point about what? Asking. How many of you have asked? How many of you have asked? I asked, and that was my first board. And from there, I got Nestle. I'm no longer on the Nestle board. I got Nigerian Breweries. I've been on Nigerian Breweries for 8 years. This is my last year. And now I'm on some international boards like Godrej, which is a 120-year-old company. I'm the first black African on that board.
And it's an Indian
And it's an Indian company.
Yeah.
And I've served on a Fairfax in Canada, traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange, the Rockefeller Foundation. And I'm saying all that to say you need to start where you can. But also remember nonprofit boards, because I had corporate experience from LEAP, right? From Faith Foundation. So don't discount the fact that you can learn from nonprofit boards and build your skill set over time, which is important. Because many people tell me, oh, I'm not nonprofit. They're not paying me. Biko. I want this big board. No, nobody arrives yesterday. You start where you are, prove yourself, build your credibility, build your voice and confidence, and then you can rise.
Thank you so much, Ndidi, and that is worthy. When Ndidi came into the room, I didn't know I was busy, you know. She accepted, and then we spoke about 3 weeks ago, right? And she accepted to do this fireside chat, and the next time I was speaking to her or contacting her was today. I didn't have to call her in between, which I should have done. But then when I said, I kind of like said, oh, I'm really sorry, I've been calling you all week. Are you on your way? And she was here, but she was right at the back, seated at the back. And I say that to talk about the humility of this woman. This is one of the things that really attracts me to her. And then I see, sometimes, you know, it's like there is award season for Ndidi, and I make sure whenever I see anything, whether it's on LinkedIn, I respond and I say, well done, all the time. I know that there are some people who see their friends succeeding and can't find it difficult to say congratulations. Even all you can say is congratulations, well done. I think it's really important. And you know what you said about hyping each other, I think it's key. Secondly, what you said about serving on nonprofit boards. Following your passion is very key. Last week was it last week or 2 weeks ago, I was in the UK for the coronation. And that's because for the last 8-9 years, I've been helping out a nonprofit. I was only asked to join their board 2 years ago. But from doing fundraisers, from just being that listening ear, from giving advice, I don't get paid for it. I paid my way to go for the coronation. Of course, who wouldn't? But just to show that, you know, sometimes there are years, you have to put in years of hard work, and people don't see that bottom part of the iceberg. They just see the top, they see the success, and they forget all the hard work that has gone in the background. And it's easy to just see the success and to think, oh, you're just filling a quota, or you are having an affair with someone. So what are those bits of the iceberg? I guess I'm talking about those skills, those, apart from your integrity, what are those things that you feel have contributed to you shattering the glass ceiling?
Thank you so much. And I do agree that nobody sees the hard work. I love this Chinese proverb that says they tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds, right? So many women understand that. And if you're in the trenches, understand that. But there are a couple of things. Number one is mastery. What are you good at? What are you known for? I think it's really important that you're known for something. Many of us try to be jack of all trades, and I've realized you cannot be. So what is it? What's your area of expertise? People are looking for someone who they can say is an IT expert. Nkem is an IT expert, right? So on the Stanbic board, I just joined her on the Stanbic board. She's paving the way for us. She is an IT expert. She's recognized and respected, and when she opens her mouth to speak, they say she has credibility in that space, right? I can't open my mouth and say I'm an IT expert, because I'm not. But I'm an agriculture and food expert. I understand consumer goods. I understand strategy. So what is your area of expertise? Number one, mastery is critical. And how do you build mastery? You can become an expert. Number one, you can write, right? Many of us don't write. Write op-eds, write books, create content that is original, that nobody can take away from you. The second thing is, how networked are you? Meaning, can people say that on that board, if there's a problem, you can pick up your telephone and make calls and make things happen? Can you open doors? Can you introduce? If you're sitting in your corner, you don't have good networks, right? How do you build those networks? You build those networks by being here, but also by following up. And many of us don't realize we have friends from primary school, secondary school, university. We have our teachers from those settings. Two of my biggest mentors and champions are my professors from Harvard Business School. Two women who took me under their wing. Until today, when I go to Boston, I write them. They send me their books whenever they publish books. You know, I've served as their references for jobs. They serve as my references for jobs. We don't think about our professors, our relatives. So you do a power map, we teach it at Leap Africa, a network map, because we realize many Nigerians have not learned how to network. How many people have relatives who only call them when they need help? And then when you see that phone call again, you're like, no. My birthday came, you didn't call me. Mother's Day, no happy Mother's Day. Christmas, no happy Christmas. Is when you need something. Is that someone in your network? Or is that a leech, a user? We used to call them friends for food, this one. So in our context, you need to maximize your network and not be that friend for food. Because people want to remember that you can be counted on to do something. And it doesn't mean you're giving gifts, but if there's information you see, there's some of my mentees, they see something about agriculture and food, they send me a message. That means so much to me. You remembered me. Do you understand? And former employers are great networks. Many people cut ties with companies when they leave. I always tell my staff, when you leave, we'll celebrate you. Remember that we're your network. We can help you in future, and you can help us. So there's so many networks. Please maximize your network, because board members bring networks to the table. And number three is your character and your quality of conversation. You know, there are people who walk into a room and you're like, wow, they take up all the air. They don't listen. So listening is a skill, right? Having emotional intelligence is a skill. Knowing when to push an issue and when not to. Knowing when to fight and when not to. All of that are very valuable skills. I think for me, I've learned that culture and understanding the culture of a board is very, very important. So those are some 3 insights. But I would say women, and especially my sisters, don't be in a rush to join every board. Yeah. I said this at IOD. I said some boards are trouble. There are boards that people call me and say, absolutely not. I will not join. It doesn't matter how much you're paying me, because your reputation, your integrity is on the line. I was once invited into a meeting. Somebody called me up and said, oh, can you come and talk to me about a board seat? So I came in. He said, well, let me cut to the chase. I have no women on my boards. There's a lot of pressure from the stock exchange, and I need a woman on my board. Would you consider it? And I asked more about, he didn't know anything about me. And as I was leaving the meeting, he said, have a good day, Ngozi. I know I'm Igbo, right? Ngozi Ndidi. They mean 2 different things. It's like calling somebody Shola and Fola, right? I left that room, and did I join that board? No. Absolutely not. Now, there are many people who are just ticking boxes. They don't want your brain, right? They don't want you to be present. And you don't want to be on that board because they will make decisions without you. and you will bear the penalty and you'll be responsible. So be very astute and say no. It's like choosing a husband, right? Don't just jump into it because you pay the price later.
Absolutely. And I think there's something you mentioned about service, that I think is really key. And a lot of people want to be served, right? Especially in our culture. I'm amazed many times you go into a place, it's like, oh, I'll carry your bag. And I'm like, no, I can carry my bag for myself. There's nothing wrong with my hands. But there was something important you said about, not saying, you women are not good supporters of women. If you find a woman that you feel is not a good supporter of a woman, how about you supporting that woman? And many times I think people expect that when you are at the top, you're there to bring them up without thinking, well, how can I even help this person get higher than where they are at? And I think that culture of service is important. I'll tell a story. I approached Ndidi at one time because within my organization we have the succession planning policy, so about having the right policies in place. And part of our talent management is that you identify people who need to be mentored and you find mentors for them, whether it's within the organization or outside the organization. And I remember speaking to this member of my team and saying, I think, someone who would be really good to mentor you would be Ndidi. And I contacted Ndidi. This was not in Ndidi's early stage years. This was when she had her hands full with Leap Africa and so many things. And Ndidi very kindly agreed to mentor this young lady who she did not know. This young lady did not chase Ndidi. She did not contact Ndidi. And at some stage, Ndidi sent me a message to say, I told her this young lady has not been in touch with me. I've tried to get in touch with her, I think 1 or 2 times, and I couldn't. I'm like, if I had Ndidi as my mentor, I will miss important meetings to make sure that I met up with her. And so many times, I'm sure people come to you to say, can you mentor me? What are your experiences in terms, that's one example, but what are your experiences and what can you tell us? What can you teach us? What can we learn from, in terms of this whole mentorship and sponsorship relationships?
So I'd say it happens really organically, right? It's like people who say, will you be my mentor? Rarely does it happen that I become their mentor. I'm just being honest. It's usually people who, through your interaction with them, you build a relationship, and that relationship is sustained on mutual respect. And right now, there's a lot of reverse mentoring. I have young people who mentor me, right? And I can learn from them. I would say that I've had a lot of bad experiences mentoring people through formal programs. So now when I get calls from Wimbiz and others, I'm like, I'll give people books, they won't return them, I'll give them gifts or, come to my house, let's have lunch. They will not say thank you after. So there are 2 things I would say. Number 1 is gratitude. Please, please, always send a thank you message. My mother used to make us, after birthday parties, send a thank you letter or card to the family. This is in Enugu. Or go back to see the mother and say thank you for a nice time. And theirs is not when they used to give us party packs. Because they didn't give party packs then. If they gave you party pack, it was a, cabin biscuit and a pencil. But the point is, learning how to say thank you is so important, and many of us have not learned that. In fact, we expect more. So gratitude is so important for mentoring, and realizing that mentoring is 2-way. So I've had some fantastic mentors in my life. One of my mentors is Stella Okoli. How many of you have heard of Stella Okoli? She's the founder of Emza Pharmaceuticals. She is close to 80, but she works nonstop because she loves her job, and she's such an amazing giver. And I can never give Stella Okoli anything financially. Do you understand? My birthday, she gives me bigger bouquets than anybody else can give me. Do you understand? But the truth is, what I can give prayers, I can give her encouragement. If I see things that will be interesting to her, I can send her. That's what our mutual respect and mentoring comes from. So always find ways to realize this person needs me as much as I need them. It's a 2-way street. Mentoring is really a 2-way street. And I think sponsoring is very interesting. How many of you have been sponsors for somebody? it's a risky proposition.
Yeah,
So a lot of people are scared to be sponsors. Sponsoring basically means I'm putting my career on the line for you. I'm saying I can make a bet on Ayotala. She will not disappoint. I remember the first time I tried to do it, I had a former staff who said her dream was banking. So I called the bank MD. I said, she really wants to work in a bank. I'm always happy to help my staff who want to leave gracefully, find their next calling. And then she got a job at this bank I won't mention. And one day the MD called me and said, what type of person did you send here? You know, and I said, my gosh, I'm going to be very, very careful about who I serve. And so usually I've served as sponsors for former employees. And they're former employees till today. One of them was, two of my former employees till today, in their 10th job, I'm still their reference. I'm still 10th. I'm like, you've worked for other people since me, but they still come back to me, and I'm so proud of where God has taken them. So prove yourself at your job. It doesn't matter if you've been there for 6 months, if you're going to only be there for a year, give it your best. And then you'll see people who basically say, that is a bright star. She's going to go far. I want to be part of her journey. Yeah. As she's rising, let it be that Ndidi was even just part of your journey. Yeah. And seeing that bright star and supporting that bright star is so critical. Yeah.
I have one last question for you. I can see Boasin coming up. At COP27, I saw you and I saw your daughter. And she was just asking questions, the confidence, and you told me how she was able to accompany you on that trip. And as a mother of a girl child, my question to you is, do you feel that the environment that we're in Nigeria, I mean, I know you've done everything your parents have done and much more to prepare her, but what would you think maybe some of, let me put it in another way, what do you think are some of those learnings, some of those qualities, some of those, I guess the learnings and the things that you can be in your journey that can be institutionalized as a playbook, right? For her to be able to just ride on. So she's not having to go through the experiences you've had to go through. She can stand on your shoulders and then move on from there. And again, also, as the mother of a boy child, again, what are those things? What would be your letter to your daughter and your letter to your son?
Wow, profound questions. And I could go on and on and on, but I'll say a couple of things. One is, sadly, in the Nigerian context, I think we've regressed when it comes to gender equity, especially under this last administration. With all due respect to anybody, I don't mean to offend you, but I think we've regressed. For some of you who have been in public office and who have seen even the results of this last election and how many women even contested and how many women got through. In some states, they say a woman cannot even should not even dare to contest. Yes. And ended up having their... Yes. And they say, as a woman, you shouldn't even raise your voice. Your voice should not even be heard. So I think as a nation, we have regressed. And I always have time for the legal community, because I think you have such an important role to play. I mean, I'll give 2 examples. We saw the lovely lady sitting down here, Patience, and I was thinking to myself, aren't they building codes in Nigeria that should be enforced? And who is enforcing them? Every major entertainment center, every major church should have any public place should not even be approved by the Ministry of Works or Lands or whoever if it is not wheelchair accessible in the 21st century. And yet they get away with it. Who's going to hold them accountable if not you guys? Honestly. And that's an example. The same with the quotas we've talked about. How is it unacceptable for a woman? Still today, I mean, every International Women's Day, every company is inviting all of us, the same women, to go around speaking. And you look at the land, what percentage of land in Nigeria is owned by women? 10%.
Wow.
10% is owned by women. Because I work in agriculture, I can tell you that already eliminates so many women in the primary production area, right? Not to talk about other laws like rape, right? Marital rape, for example, or even rape, period. I mean, we are still in the dark ages. And McKinsey report said it's going to take 156 years for gender equity to be achieved in Africa. Now, it makes business sense, right? This is the whole point of this session. And data shows that when women are on boards, companies do better financially. Their acquisitions are more profitable, right? Their mergers are more profitable. So the data is there across the board. So I get really emotional when I talk about this topic because Michelle Obama has a quote which I love, which says that a society is broken when it doesn't value its women. So I worry about the society that our children are growing up in. So when I think about the letter to my daughter and son, I definitely challenge my children to push for changes in society and to have a voice and to push for equity. And my daughter has a very strong voice. And I worry that this society is not ready for these young girls. And we see that happening. And the data that shows how many of them drop out of the workforce is because they are beaten down. They, in their teens and early 20s, they think they can change the world. By the time they are 30 and 40, they start thinking, and by the time they have gray hair like me and you, they're like, please, I've tried. Let me just manage my sanity. You understand? Am I going to fight these battles every day? And I tell people as a black woman, and black women have a special place in my life, it's exhausting because you walk into every room and you still have to prove yourself that you're not just a pretty face, that you worked your butt off, and that you're just as intelligent as anybody else. So I think we need to empower ourselves and work more collaboratively as women together to push for changes, right? But I also think we have to demand for changes in policy, and we need you lawyers to help us. So we don't want to be preaching to the converted. For my son, I also think what we need to tell men is that we can rise together. And I tell my son, just because women are rising doesn't mean you're falling. There's enough space for all of us at the top.
Yeah.
Is there not?
Yep.
So we need to change this mindset that is a pie and we're fighting for it. Because Nigeria is so far below what it should be. We're fighting for what? What is the value of our economy? One man is richer than our economy. One man. A whole economy. So we should be a multi-trillion-dollar economy. Absolutely. That means that there's money enough for all the men and all the women. And I tell people from an Igbo perspective, Osodieme, I follow my husband to do. Together we rise. It's not one or the other. I'm not coming to eat well. I'm not coming to take well. We're rising together. And if we rise together as a society, we are all better for it. And that's what we need to teach our children, our men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndidi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear.
Please, another round of ovation for Ndidi. Ndidi, hold on a second. Ayatollah, both of you. Ayatollah, was this a paid event? Is it free? No.
It was not paid, but...
Okay, just now, I'm going to just go stand by the door and make sure everybody pays for this. But it's no free lunch. Yes.
That's actually a challenge as well, and I'd like to say that. I mean, I did reach out to a number of people, and I'm ashamed, but we're not there yet. You know, I get invited to speak at a lot of conferences, and afterwards I find that the men have actually been paid. They've asked to be paid and they're paid to speak. But unfortunately, it wasn't part of our budget, and I said this is the last event I'm going to organize where I will not put some money aside for honorarium. I don't know where the money is going to come from.
Because you can't bring Ndidi and others here like this.
I didn't come because they're my friends.
I know. Okay, now that is it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ndidi, for the fireside chat. I'm sure that's quite engaging, very, very instructive, and values and virtues that can make all of us, both men and women. Ndidi, thank you very much. I've learned a lot also from you today, and some of the things I've practiced over time. And one important thing you said was the fact that the journey for every woman and for a man starts with the first step. And sometimes we look at the big picture without seeing that the small steps make the big picture. So sometimes we just feel, when they look at you today on the board of Nigerian breweries and Nestle and all of that, and people don't see the road you've traveled. So when RMD, the famous actor Richard Damager said a couple of years ago, and said, look, people say you have arrived, but they never asked the road that you traveled to your arrival. So, another round of applause, please, for her. My first job in the media, I'll be 33 years in the industry by November. But my first job was for 30 days. In fact, because I've always loved to be in the media, I was still out there at your Gutashi Chambers then in Ado-Ekiti as a paralegal. When my former boss, and you talk about reference and people who mentor you, later became a senator of the Federal Republic. And he was using a small Volkswagen then, but he said I wanted to be in the media, and he wanted me to be an accountant, so I left, and I went back to Ekiti State. And he wrote me a letter. There was no telephone in those days, and it took about 3-4 months before the letter eventually came. Went to Zaria, went to all over the country, and eventually the letter came, and I opened it and said, oh, young man, if you still want to be a journalist, can you pack your things and come back to Lagos? I said, okay, so I packed it and I ran down. But it was just 30 days only. But that was all that I need to have a 3 decades and 3 years career in the media that I have today. So someone opened that door for just 30 days for me, and then it became 30 years. So when you have the opportunity, when you talk about NGOs and serving for others, it will always come together. Little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. And thank you so much for handling that very well with her. I wish you could just continue. Thank you so much. Good job. Let's listen now to our final part of this event. Well, not actually the concluding, but the second fireside chat. Mrs. Ronke Shoke-Efon is the former chair of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, the NDIC, and former Commissioner of Agriculture and Commissioner for Urban and Physical Planning of Ogun State, also a director at Owando. Please come to the podium. And of course, my moderator for this is Dayuadu, a partner at the Farmsville Solicitors. Okay, let's give a round of applause, please. Now, this is what I call diversity and inclusion. Male and female, he created them. Okay, there you have 20 minutes. Please do a good job. Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. My first contact hearing your name was when I got called to the bar, and I did some, I think I stumbled on your name and I realized, oh, you worked in Owando in the past. You had also been a partner at Alukwano Ebode in the past. And then much later a commissioner, leading 2 strong ministries in Ogun State. What comes to mind is you appear to be restless for success and you are very adventurous. So can you tell us a bit about your formative years and your adventurous journey so far, leading to you becoming the immediate past chairman of NDIC? So you've been in the public sector, you've been in the private sector, you've also led a real estate company as chairman, you've been sitting on a lot of boards from Owando to Airtel as an alternate director. It's really an interesting part. Can you share more about that with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Ayotola, for the invitation. I was worried about a couple of days ago when I came down with a flu. So I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make it today, but thankfully I'm here. Interesting journey, as you say. Restless, I'm not certain. My restlessness is properly guided.
Okay.
I have that Vision 2020. What's it now? Because we've left 2020 behind. So there's that, exactly. So it's always with a focus. Like Ndidi, I grew up in a very, what's the word? Fairly informal family setting. 4 girls, but like them, we didn't have any, or we don't have any boys. So I grew up with 3 sisters, and I'm the second of 4 girls. Formative years, my father never raised you like a girl. You had to learn to do everything. I could wash cars, I could change car tires at age 15. I started driving at 13, courtesy of my dad. He would just say, that's it, this is your next assignment. He would take me to wherever. He didn't care who taught you the driving. He would just assume, that it was something you had to learn to do. So I grew up in such an environment. So honestly, I have never felt disadvantaged in any type of way or felt like a woman in my work environments. I go toe to toe with the men. I have a very good friend here. Shani Adio and I were in law school together, so you can speak to. I have more male friends than I have female friends, but that's me. And you would think somebody that grew up with girls will probably have more female friends, but it's the converse for me. And I think that also has helped to build me up as a person, because I like that competitive spirit. I'm in that same space with you, we will go toe to toe. We will compete for the same things. So I don't feel that being in an environment, you are disadvantaged or you don't have equal opportunities. I don't feel that way. If there's something that needs to get done, I will put myself out there and say, I will do it. And it's also helped, my career in a lot of ways. Several offices I've served in, who said it? You go into the office, and Kema, I think that was you, and all the photos around the wall will be men. Mine will be the only punctuation, So I've served several firsts. First female Director General Lands, first female Commissioner Physical Planning, first female Chairman NDIC. So, like I said, I don't feel those limitations. So background-wise, my parents, equal opportunities, maybe because they didn't have any other gender as children. So there was no room for competition anyway, or to groom one, in a special way more than the other. But it was, that was it.
That's fantastic. And I'm sure there is a lot to learn from that, especially for us that are quite young here and have kids that are coming up. There are some virtues I think you've mentioned about parenting that I think we'll hold on to. So the transition, I'm curious about that transition, private sector to public sector. We know the private sector, there are systems, there are processes, and it will typically work smoothly. But with the public sector, working with career civil servants, as a politician as well, because you are a politician to have taken on these positions, moving from Lagos to Ogun State, working with grassroots people. What was that like? And did you find it difficult or challenging in any way? And did you get the support of your supervisors, if I may say, for instance, NDIC, the Minister of Finance, and the governor as well at that time?
Okay, so transition. Honestly, I'm not going to sit down here and tell you it was all planned or properly orchestrated. I think I'm someone who stumbled on. I keep stumbling on. Yeah. And I'm, at all times, my mission has always been to succeed in wherever I found myself. I didn't set out to start with law practice, no. Okay. I wanted to work in a corporate environment, but it wasn't coming. So I challenged myself. Find a top-rated law firm, go in there and excel. Yeah. Did I do that immediately? No. I had to first, rigmarole, merry-go-round for about a couple of years, 3-4 years, and then found myself in a very good law firm, Alukwano Ebodi. I saw the opportunities there, and I threw myself into my job. Holidays, if I wasn't, I didn't get married early. So for holidays, I'll be like, okay, so what am I supposed to be doing at home? I'll just drive to the office. I'll work. I didn't understand, 26th of December, for instance, I had clients who were Americans. If you have American customers, you understand they don't take Boxing Day. They don't know what it is. So I would throw myself in there and offer. I may now work maybe about 10 till about 4, but at least I would have felt satisfied. And I remember the expression of the principal partner then, he'll be talking to colleagues and he'll be like, we have to fight for files. Runke fights for files. I don't fight for files. That was my life. That was the only thing I knew. I just loved, just getting involved. So every 5 briefs that came into the firm, trust me, I had 3 or 4 on my plate. I brought MTN into Nigeria. When I say brought, it wasn't my initiative, but when they came into Nigeria, I settled them. So I had big name clients that I was working with. And that worked for me long term. And I like, I've been listening, that's why I came early. Because sometimes you come in, just do your session and you leave. You don't get maximum advantage from settings like this. If you do that, someone did say it, build your social capital. It starts, you have to start it early. Today, I have a fantastic relationship with my colleagues from my local neighborhood. I worked in Owando. I left Owando in 2011 to go into government. 2021 on the clock of 10 years, Owando called me back, come and sit on our board. People that used to set targets for you, appraise you, they're saying, come back. Let's make decisions together. It speaks a lot. And I remember somebody saying to me, oh, are you going to go back there? I said, I'm not an employee. I will go there for free, not even for a dime. I will go back there because it speaks a lot to my career. So in terms of public service, honestly, like I said, I stumbled into it. I didn't know what to expect. So got into the office, carried my laptop, docked it. I think after like 2 weeks of working like a, like a comedian, I realized that my laptop had a life of its own, just there, because it wasn't doing anything. Government, 100% manual. You had to treat all your files manually. Yeah. In all of this, you had to see people. And don't forget, I started in lands. Mm-hmm. And before I went into lands, honestly, the rot had become a pandemic. It was no longer endemic. It was a pandemic. So I was like, okay, how do we handle this? So first things first, what are the various processes that you have in place? I had to start with process mapping and automation. People think it won't work. In fact, the biggest opposition I had was from my own team, in-house team. But I was determined that all these things that you people want, so that you will see the people that bring the files. No, we're going to abridge it. So after a while, it was a hybrid of sorts. But at least we got somewhere. We got to the point of GIS, where you could see all the land just pressing a button on your desk. All the things they didn't want, all the hidden skeletons, And again, that's why I'm glad I was part of the earlier session where people said technology has a big role to play. Government is willing to invest, but the government workers do not want it. Yeah. So you have to have a determination at the back of your mind that if you go to work in service, first and foremost, I speak for myself. You're going to take a huge pay cut. I didn't expect that. You are going to take a huge pay cut.
I was about to say that, leaving fat bonuses and salaries in the private sector.
I had assumed that based on the discussions I had with my principal, that we were going to be able to meet certain targets. But by the time your principal says to you, I can't single you out. I have other people, that are on the same level as you. What do you want to do? But I was already in there. And I was like, it's going to tell on my own person if I now pulled back at that point. So it was a bullet I had to bite. So the transition wasn't always easy. So by the time I finished my almost 8 years in Ogun State and the appointment to NDIC came, it was easy peasy.
Can you tell us more about how did it happen from there? Because
how did it happen?
That's like triple promotion.
No, not exactly. It's non-executive. And there's always a distinction, trust me. Yeah. When you're used to making decisions, towing the line, being in that executive role, yes. It's almost a dip. So chairman is a name. Okay. It has a very lovely fragrance to it. Sweet. It has a very appealing.
Your picture is on the wall everywhere.
Absolutely. It has a very I go to offices, like when I was touring the NDIC offices, yes. when they want to introduce the chairman or when they ask me to speak, I'm just like, I'm the person in that photo, and they all laugh and all that. But you also have to bring a certain verve to whatever role you find yourself in. Otherwise, you'll be boxed into a corner. There is no management that wants a board. So first you get that pushback. You then ask yourself, what am I bringing to the table as a person? What changes do I want to make here? Then you begin to drive. You begin to drive. You'll always have those frictions.
Yeah.
You'll always have those frictions. But again, like I said to you earlier, I'm someone with that vision. So I go in like when I went into Aluko and everybody, I knew ultimate aim was to be a partner. When I went into Ando, I knew I wanted to get to at least the group leadership council level, which I did. I was chief legal officer until I left. Going into government as commissioner. You know, so you have to also define for yourself, where do I want to get to? It's a call only you can make.
So my takeaways from this is that hard work is very important.
Absolutely.
Setting your sights for the top. That means you should be ambitious, act with integrity, and understand that there's a process to things as well. Then you should also be very dedicated. You also come across as a reformer. It means you always want to leave your footprint anywhere.
Absolutely.
You work. When I was looking you up recently, I read some article you contributed to in Business Day, and one of the takeaways from NDIC was that you were able to get about 33% of women into positions, climbing up ladders in the profession, and I could tell that was something you were very passionate about. Can you tell us more about that?
I am very passionate about moving women to the top. And when I got to NDIC, I asked for the demographics. I looked at it and it wasn't very pleasing. So it had to be a deliberate thing. So the first thing I did, International Women's Day. Let's celebrate the women. I brought women like Ayotola Jagun to the event. You know, it was a huge event covered by this day, you know. We really celebrated women first, so I needed them to understand their own potentials, what they had inherent in them, what they could give. So you know when you're emboldened, that, is this me? So I can be celebrated like this. It gives you that impetus. There's a push. There's a natural push that actually just comes to you. That gives you that drive to say, you know what? I can do more. I can do a whole lot more. Before you knew it, we started filling director positions. Before then, maybe they had like 1 odd or 2 odd director spots. And directors in NDIC are like permanent secretaries. You're a director for life. You earn certain incomes, you know. In fact, as salaries are getting increased, yours gets increased as well.
Was the salary better than when you were commissioner?
I wasn't earning, I wasn't a staff. So I'm
Okay.
speaking staff now.
Speaking
Mine
staff.
is regulated by the Office of the SGF.
Okay.
So I get quarterly allowances, you know.
I just wanted to justify the triple promotion, the financial aspect
He's
of
still
it.
looking for that dart. I'm not going to give you that opportunity. But it was a break I needed.
Okay.
I didn't realize how much I needed to go on a not 9 to 5 role for a bit. So it really helped me stabilize. Because all my years has been work. I mean, practice, you know the hours for the practicing lawyers here. Owando is not so much different. Owando also comes with a lot of travels, even when I had a baby. And that's one thing I'm going to put on the table for the ladies here. You must build a strong support system, especially when you're raising a family. Please, it's very critical. We're all given to getting upset with I know I've digressed.
No,
I know we're all, you know, we have all these issues with our maids, drivers, and co. You have to be very tolerant because you need people that you trust, that grow with you over time. So you have to take a lot with, I mean, I had a driver that I would say, Saturday, this will say, you have somewhere to go, I'll just swallow it, you know. Because he had been with me for years, I could leave my son, like I tell her I have a son, I could leave my son with him. I didn't need maybe an extra person to go with him to go and pick up my son from school. But a lot of us are quick to get angry and fire them. And I was also lucky my mom had retired then. So my mom was able to come around sometimes, especially when I traveled, you know, to come by the house and stay in. So you need that strong support system. Otherwise, it will bog down your progress. You need to concentrate on the job because men are used to handing everything over to mommies at home. Yeah, they leave it all to us. So you also need that support system so that when you're concentrating on the job, you're not easily distracted. So in terms of assisting the women in NDIC, it was systemic. And I'm glad now they're on like a plateau. I mean, I left in December.
Yes.
I was looking out, I kept waiting. March 8th, I didn't hear anything. About 2 weeks after, they had a major International Women's Day event. For me, that's a footprint. That was something I started, and I'm glad they've continued, they've sustained, you know, the tradition.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Let's look at, what are your thoughts on gender balance on boards? And have you managed to try to drive that in all the opportunities you had sitting on boards? Were you able to push for more women to sit on boards, or mentor more women to be able to see that there's a path to achieving their goals, objectives, and perhaps even instilling more, let me call it, ensuring that there's a pool of women that can climb up the ladder faster?
I must admit...
Because you are the voice in the boardroom.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I must admit I haven't had the opportunity to speak for more women to be on boards for a particular reason. The NDIC Act, for instance, is very clear on how you can get on the board. President appoints the chairman and 6 others from each of the geopolitical zones of the country. I was lucky with my set. 2 of the geopolitical zones were represented by women. So that already made 3 of us. And then one of the executive directors, also female. So in a boardroom of 12, I had 4 females. Yeah. Believe me, they were the most consistent in terms of timing. I know how many times I had to get into the boardroom and wait for my colleagues to come in. Listen, you get a seat on the table purely by the things you exhibit. Go and read all the leadership books. They will tell you 12 attributes of a leader, 15 attributes of a leader. For me, I have compressed them into 3 C's that I carry about. They're my 3 C's, and I'm consistent with them. The first one is, how much capacity do you have for that role? You know, it sounds very nice on your CV to say, director, so. Are you capable? Do you have the capacity for it? Can you deliver? Can you execute? How many of us here will sit in a boardroom and where they're discussing audited accounts, you even understand the numbers? You have to train yourself, you have to train your mind. Lawyers, we are boxed in this corner. Once we see numbers, that's not me, that's not me, that's not why I'm here. That's why you are here. You are a board member. You have to understand, because when obligations arise, it also impacts on you, it affects you as well. So that's my C. Capacity, self-awareness. Where can I go? How much can I do? My second C is your character. Inside this room today, I've heard that word integrity, I don't know how many times. Integrity is just your moral compass. There are times you are tempted to, be fashionably late. There is nothing so-called. You cannot be fashionably late to an event, to a function, to a meeting. When you are late by 5 minutes, it has a ripple effect on everything you do for the rest of the day. I wait for as chairman, the secretary will be dancing around my office, ma, maybe you shouldn't get up, ma. I'll say, you sent out the notice, it's 10. 5 minutes to 10, I leave my office, I go into the boardroom. Oh yeah, Madam Board Secretary, let's be looking at each other. They learned the hard way because they knew I would be there waiting. Of course, there's some people that will naturally, rile you. But after a while, I stopped seeing them. I had a particular director, he was lousy. He will be the last to come in. He will come in with police. He's a retired soldier. He will come in with police, they will carry his files. Madam Chairman, I stopped looking at him because he was distracting me and irritating me. So I had to act like he didn't exist. I had another director that would come in, phone, iPad, laptop. He will be in between all 3. Then all of a sudden, he will attempt to ask a question. I'll be like, oh, you're with us? That's like, I didn't realize you were part of this meeting. So there are little things you don't take. That's my second C. That's it. And then my final C is courage. How courageous are you to maybe like appraise your direct subordinates? Look at them in the eye and say, Adeoye, Q1, this was you. Q2, this was what you did. These are the things I think you need to improve on. A lot of us just want to be nice. You can't be nice in a work environment. You can be Look, you have to have empathy. Don't get me wrong. They're two different things. Empathy, you must demonstrate it. I still have a good relationship with every single person that has ever reported to me. They do, and when they write about me, they will tell you, Ms. Shokes, professional, firm, this and this. But I'm the one that will wake up and say, it's your turn to bring donuts tomorrow because I brought yesterday. That's the sort of work environment you want. You want it a bit relaxed, but at the same time, you want it formal. So those are the things that have helped me. And in terms of working, assisting women, unlike Ndidi, I signed on to the WIMBY's mentoring program. And I've had the opportunity of mentoring a few people in the last couple of years. And I know one particular one, again, is the case of those virgins in the Bible. Some will always come back to say thank you. The mentoring session has really, really assisted her because I realized she was working with someone who didn't have empathy. So I had to let her know that she had to now rise above that and not be expectant. So it has really helped her morale. Because, somebody that you're mentoring that will burst, I never saw her. She burst into tears on the phone, and I was like, what kind of trouble have I gotten myself into? But I realized that those talks really helped. So on the converse, my mentor, the biggest person that has had an impact when it comes to mentoring in the last few years, was a subordinate, not direct, worked with one of my bosses, and then we just developed this relationship, and I realized that it could help me professionally.
That's more like a peer-to-peer mentorship.
It's really worked for me. He's junior to me.
Okay.
But I've really come to appreciate that because it's not all the time that it has to be this way. That mentoring can be this way or this way. And this way has helped me more than this way, so.
Fantastic. So I think my takeaways from this are there are 3 C's for the women in the room. Let's hold on to that, and even the men as well. We need to have those 3 C's clearly spelled out somewhere. Also, we should ensure that we are very deliberate about how we manage relationships as well. So I can see Mr. Abrahams come up, he's coming to me for time. What roles do you think both genders can play in keeping the gender and diversity discourse going?
What I'm about to say may offend some ladies in the room, but please downplay that gender thing. Work more from the perspective of the person. What do I have to offer? If you start from there, it whittles down that thing of I'm a female and therefore I should be entitled to it. It's not an entitlement. Yemisi Edun was our keynote speaker at the International Women's Day last year. Yemisi Edun is MD of FCMB. And the one thing she said was, there was this opportunity that came up in FCMB. And before she knew it, her peers, male, they were already positioning them. So, I'm the one that's, She said she looked at herself and she was like, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. Then they decided to interview them. About 2 immediately fell off that. So let me see if you cool. That she will now go and dust them. One was like, no, I will not agree. So the 2 of them toe-to-toe went in for the interview and all that. And Yemisi got the role. It was from there the board started looking at her. Today she's MD of FCMB. So don't downplay it a bit. These men also know our thinking. Let me tell you, they are here. They know our thinking. So they will always all find ways to, do you understand, to block us. But let us act like, you know what, you are qualified, I'm qualified. We'll go for it together.
So what do you see as what do you see as the biggest challenges and opportunities in our environment when it comes to achieving SDG 5?
Culture plays a very big role. Culture. Culture 1, culture 2, culture 3, culture 4. I can speak from experience. As chairman, I had to take a lot in. I had to, there's a particular maybe zone or section of Nigeria where women are not accorded as much respect as they're meant to be accorded, especially when they're superior. But the one thing I can say is I held my own. There were days I went behind the closet and cried my eyes out because I felt gutted that I was disrespected, but I never gave anyone that satisfaction in the open that you disrespected me. The one person that fell for it, or that got the brunt of it, was right inside the boardroom. And he mentioned something like, oh, the chairman is getting rather emotional about this. I lost it. I'm not going to lie here. I totally, completely lost it. I held the meeting down, and I insisted until he apologized, we were not going further. Of course, his male colleagues started shouting that you better apologize to her. He did, and then when we went on break, he came to my room. I apologized to him as well, that I let my emotions get the better of me, you know, and we squelched it, and we developed a fantastic relationship after that. But culture is the most important impediment that we have to any equality issues, in my estimation.
Thank you very much. I think our time is up.
Thank you.
Now, I was watching for your character, whether you're going to end it on time. And on that note, if you have the courage, the character, and the capacity, hold on for a second. Okay, now. Okay, that's it. Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Ronke Shukefun, our former chairman of the board of Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, a politician, and of course, a former commissioner of agriculture, commissioner for urban and physical planning of Ogun State, and director of Rwanda. Thank you so much, madam. And we've learned a whole lot more from you. I think I've learned a whole lot more. I'm going to be attending a whole lot more women events. Of course, the NGX tried to involve me a number of times. Thanks for bringing me around today, and the NGX as well, because it's been very, very insightful, the things that we do learn. I think some of these, they're not really in some of the big books. The basic things of life that we tend to overlook. Talk about character, courage, ability to speak up, and then they talk about the ability to say thank you, and few things like that. Now, there's a few building blocks that are very important in building everything, rather than looking at just, like I said, the big picture. I look more at little things, and they tend over my career to have all come together into a very big picture. So thank you very much, madam. Learned from you. Thank you so much. And let's give her another round of applause, all the ladies in the room. Thank you very much. I'm trying to secure my place in the second colloquium, which will be next year, so that she's going to put me here. Okay, we're running for time. Conclusion and closing remarks will be by Dr. Olufemi Oyenuga, who is the Chief Digital Officer at the Nigerian Exchange. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Bosin.
Oh, here we go. Why are all the men running away from here? I'm the only man here.
Bosin, I can hear you.
Yes, I know you can hear me. Now I want to see your face. Okay, here we go.
I was there in the morning. I had to run out for a meeting, but I'm back online as well.
That's understood. Thank you very much.
Can you see my face now?
Yes, I can see you. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, I think it's a very brilliant conference. Started with the first, panel session, equality and equity. The fireside session, I learned a lot from the 3 C's that I think we should apply as well. Capacity, culture, character, and just to say a big thank you for this fantastic program. I wasn't too sure if this was an us and them syndrome that was playing out in the room, because we look at the percentage of women to men. I think we still have a lot to learn, and we should always celebrate women. The men emanated from them anyway, so we've learned a lot as well. So on behalf of the board and management of NGX Limited, and by extension NGM Group, the collaboration with IOD, as well as the MBA, I say a big thank you from the reference point of the NGX. You never, ever, ever lose the opportunity to learn in this kind of conference. And I picked out a lot of nuggets, written a lot of things down that I will definitely apply at my workplace as well. We look forward to a robust discussion as we continue, not to draw the curtain from this program, but learn and apply what we've listened to in the last 3 hours, especially what Indidi said, I build with my husband. Every little step counts. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a fantastic afternoon and a beautiful view to next year Colloquium. Thank you from the NGH.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oyenuga. I think we're moving for a vote of thanks. This is my vote of thanks. I have 2 boys. I'm married for 14 years. We've never had a house help. Now, so how do we manage? I taught the 2 boys to understand that their mom is not their house help. So they wash plates, sweep the floor, and do all the hard work to understand that we don't have a house help and we have to do all the work together. So when she grew up in the home with 4 girls and she learned how to drive at 13 and whatever, it's all about training most times from home. So, and I do the same thing. I finish eating on the table, I pick my plates. And I teach them the look in a home, and I say, look, this is my home. If it's my home, I'm part of it. If you can use it, then you can clean it. And that's the rule. So when each and every one of us, like she said, it's not about gender thing, don't see it from a gender point of view. If we treat the boys and the girls the same way and give them the same value, we'll be able to do a whole lot in diversity and inclusion moving forward. Now, if it doesn't start from home, it becomes a bit difficult to teach in the boardrooms. So, I teach the 2 boys. One is 8, the other is 14 or 13. And I say, look, we've got to learn that this is your home. You have to be part of it. So that when they get married, they don't see the wife as the house help. And the first thing you do, my wife said, oh, you need a house help. And I said, okay, how many plates do we use in a day to eat in the house? 4 of us, 4 plates, okay. So I can wash 4 plates. You can wash 4 plates, you can wash 4 plates. Wash the toilet, if it's there, pick it up, clean it, put it up. Understand that the role of doing everything belongs to everyone. So if we do that for the girls as well, to understand that, look, we try to imprint in them that they have every chance to be like every person and not make it a gender issue. It is what is in you. That is what takes you to the next level. And that is what I want every one of us to take away. Thank you very much for my few points there. I saw Dele Alimi earlier in the room. Is he still around? Oh, okay, he's got, okay. Okay, Sunday Adenipkweku is the one giving the vote of thanks. I wanted to say thank you, but I'm not going to say, where is Sunday Adenipkweku? Okay, here he goes. Put our hands together for him. By the way, I'm going to try and go to the law school now. Go to university for the... I missed that as a paralegal many years ago, but I saw in the news today that was a 70-year-old man who graduated from the University of Jos. Okay. Wow. It's never too late. So if you see me in a law school, please, I'll add that to my communication job. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day, and I have the privilege of saying a big thank you to everybody who has participated in this program. My job is so simple, but I'd like to specifically start by saying a big thank you to our keynote speaker today, that is Mrs. Adeshola, who is, for us to get somebody like that is not quite easy, but out of so many, cramped programs, she made out time to attend this program. So I want to say a big thank you to her. And others, Mrs. Cindy D, I always like to listen to her. She's always inspiring. When she speaks, there are a lot to pick, from her wealth of experience. So I want to say a big thank you to her and all our other speakers that I cannot be mentioning one by one. It's been a very loaded day. And Madam, I cannot but say a big thank you to you too for, making yourself available at this program today. And I'm speaking specifically with regards to Mrs. Ronke Shukefun. It's been a nice day, and we cannot forget easily the 3 C's that you left with us, among others. But more importantly today, it's not a gender war. We have learned a lot in other area aspects, particularly in the area of the physically challenged personnel that we have. Honestly, it's an eye-opener to me, and I believe to many of us. It's an area that we really have to pay attention to. And we must be losing a lot if we are not paying attention to that, because many of them are genius, and we should not, just because of looking at the physical, and deny ourselves of benefits that we can pick, from them. Not only as organizations, but as a nation. So I want to really thank Patience, immensely for making time to be here. And I believe what we have learned from her will, upload and apply. Mrs. Nkem, thank you very much for your time. You have been here all day. And I want to thank our chairman too for making this platform available. It's not been easy. Maybe I should not say this, but I have to say it all the same about Ayatollah. She's somebody that she has not only passion, but she's very determined. When she has a goal and a vision to achieve something, she makes sure she achieves it against all odds. And that is one thing, a trait that I've learned from her that I'll continue to copy. Putting this together was not quite easy, but in spite of our tight schedule and overwhelming pressures, left, right, and center, she ensured that this became a reality. Ma, thank you so very much. Thank you. Well, to all the organizers of this program, the tripartite group, that is, NGX, IOD, and of course, the Nigeria Bar Association. We want to say a big thank you to you for putting this together. Honestly, if it were possible, we would have advised that this takes place quarterly. But of course, it's not, because I've gained so much, I've learned so much, and I believe that applies to many of us. But we'll find a way around it such that it will not take so much long a time before we come together again on another very important subject matter. And for this one, we should not just let it end from here. I want to see a situation whereby the 3 members will come together, or the group will come together and package, the learnings that we have gained from here, and put it across to the right quarters so that actions can be taken on them. So thank you so very much. All of you who have left your offices or your schedules to be here, we want to say a big thank you to you. We cannot thank you enough. And we look forward to seeing you in other programs. Thank you so very much. God bless you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we'll do just a very quick photographs. We want all our panelists to be here, as well as the members of the IOD, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, as well as the SBL. Please, we'll do it in 2 rows here. Patience, where are you? Okay, so please, patience to come over here. I think on behalf of the SBL and NGX and IOD, there's a little refreshment that's provided at the back. I think we will want to avail ourselves of that and do networking as well. Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate your coming. Thank you for attending, and do have a nice day. Thank you.